Early spring to late winter. 12 months, 13 adventures. I rafted the Grand Canyon, soloed remote rivers in the Northwest Territories and the Yukon. Hunted in the Newfoundland mountains. Spent 5 weeks off-grid with my family at our remote cabin. Slept out in 40 below, and to finish off the year, I did a 700-kilometer snowmobile expedition across the Labrador wilderness. I've been doing trips like this for over 20 years. This past year might be the most action-packed one yet. It's a lot of work putting these trips together. The prep, the logistics, the time away from home. From the outside, it can look like a lot to take on. And a lot of people ask, why? There's a pull I've never been able to shake. A downright addiction to the north, to wild country, to whatever it is that happens to you when you get deep into it. It's not always fun in the way most people use the word. Some days grind you down. You're cold, exhausted, even scared. But those days are the ones that change you. What you get back from these trips, you can't get anywhere else. Connection, fulfillment, time that actually means something. Life is short. You've got one shot to spend it on what matters most to you. For me, it's this. Big trips, wild country, the people I love. That's where I'm built to be. It was a late ice out, and my brother Ted and I were itching to get into new water. Spring trout fishing has become an addiction for us. There's nothing like chasing brookies into their remote haunts and ending the day with a fish fry over the fire. We crossed a big lake, portaged into the backcountry, and landed our first fish. Well, Ted has hooked into the first fish. How does it feel? Yeah! A brook trout, a native brook trout. That's awesome. Yeah! Let me get a look at this thing. Let's have a look at her. Here. Nice fish, Ted. That's a beauty. We got a fish. Oh. Sound like a gunshot. We cooked it up over the fire that night with some juicy steaks, and times were good. In the boat, go on. Go on. Good boy. An abrupt entry. Well, Ted and I don't have terribly far to make it today. So we stayed up late last night and had an epic meal. And we're hoping to complete probably a pretty challenging portage and get into where the fishing will be good. But first we gotta paddle down this lake, and not much wind, not many clouds. So beautiful, beautiful day. You never know at this time of year. Sometimes you can just really get hammered with nasty weather. So we're lucking out. Well, Ted's hooked into another one. Yeah. Now I'm starting to feel like I should have one though.
It's caught a nice splake, just cruising around that point, shallow water.
Yeah, the splake are a hybrid that are planted. They're stocked by the ministry. but they're a hybrid between a speckled trout and a lake trout, and that one looked like a perfect combination between the two. The way you can tell is by the tail. The lake trout have a deeply forked tail, and the brook trout or speckled trout have a square tail, and the splake are somewhere in between. We are now 2 lakes into the backcountry and quite a bit of portaging to boot, and this is a true wild trout lake. So I'm thinking my luck's gonna change and Ted won't outfish me. Lot of fish on here, baby. Just trolling using my little Williams spoon. Oh, it's a good size. Oh my God, dude, it's a huge brook trout. Yeah! Woo! Hell yeah! Let's get a look at this guy here. Are we keeping this one?
I don't know.
It's a lake trout.
Oh, it's a lake trout.
Yeah, it just has really brook trouty looking colors.
Oh, okay.
Look at that. That is a nice speckled trout right there. Speckle, speckled lake. Splake, speckle, lake. Man, no, that's pretty good, dude.
Yeah.
That is good. After some traveling the next day, the wind really built. Well, I made it across the bay. The wind's making things challenging, but I'm just paddling past a stretch of crushed rock here. And that rock continues into the lake. So this is in the fall. This would probably be a place where lake trout would spawn. And you can see the crushed rock all in here. With most of the windswept lake relatively unnavigable by canoe, we were lucky enough to find a honey hole tucked out of the wind in a protected bay where the lake trout were keen to bite. Well, we just gave up on that creek and came back out here, and Ted's gonna blow halfway across the lake by the time he lands it, but he immediately hooked into what seems like a nice fish. It was worth a shot going up there. Oh, just got bites, Ted. There it is. Got one. Yep. Yes, Action Jackson, baby. Oh, the Lakers were deeper down than I thought, and we trolled right back over where I saw them. Sure enough, managed to hook into one. Oh, nice keeper-sized lake trout, Ted. Woo! Oh, look, it was barely hooked. This isn't one of the big ones I saw. Okay, well, there we go. That will be a welcome little addition to the lunch menu. I would just drift past them in the wind while jigging and would smash one every time with a small Williams W20 spoon. Yeah, I'm using this small Williams spoon here again. Got one! Alright, got another one on here, baby. Doesn't feel particularly big. Let's see what it is. Another Laker. Bigger. Oh yeah! Woo! Good size, this one. All right, baby. And there were some big ones down there that I could see, but they wouldn't take the bait. Where are the big ones I saw are deeper, eh? Yeah, that's okay. We don't need any big ones. They're nice to catch, but if you're trying to fish for food, these ones are nice ones. Well, our plan is working, Ted. Take a closer look at this guy here. Nothing huge, but that'll do. Look at the golden colors on this one, eh? I don't think I've ever caught a trout that's this golden color before. Ted's just hooked into what looks like a nice one. What is it? Nice. Ted's hooked into another laker. I'm gonna paddle over and have a look at Ted's fish. Oh yeah. Over our delicious shore lunch, the conversation drifted to what was coming next, the Grand Canyon. Neither of us had ever rafted before, and we were feeling a little nervous. The fishing had been slower than we'd hoped, but that was about to change. Next day, we tracked upriver, hauled over a beaver dam, and dropped into a deep pool where a creek poured in. Ted struck first, a tank. Well, things were going a little slow today, and we waded up this creek, and I just had a good feeling about the spot. Ted got there first, and on about the second cast, boom, he hammers a beautiful speck. Oh my God, it's huge, dude. Dude, that's like a solid 3 pounds, no? Oh yeah, how'd you catch that, bud?
Black Fury maps, orange spots with a little worm.
Got into a nice one here. Oh, it's fighting good. Woo! That is one hell of a brook trout there, baby. Yeah! Woo! Holy crap, look at that. That is a brook trout right there. Well, times have changed for old Jim and Ted. Then we both kept landing them. Yeah, baby. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Now it's freaking out because it saw the net. Yeah! Woo!
Oh my gosh!
Holy
Gigantic!
Dude, what is this thing? It's a lake trout.
Bud.
It's a lake trout.
Is it?
Yeah. Woo! Oh my God. Oh, North. Oh. North gave up. All right, let's get my hands wet. We're gonna release this one. Yeah, it's a lake trout, dude.
Lake trout?
Yeah, unfortunately it's not a speck. There we go. Look at that.
Beauty, dude. Nice fish.
Okay, I'm gonna release it. Crazy colors, eh? Yeah. Dude, Dude, that's like,
Dude, look at the size of this brook trout.
oh my god.
Yours is bigger.
You think mine's bigger? Two very interesting variations. Dude, it's a brook trout. Oh my god, it's like 5 pounds. Yeah! Dude, that is like
God, dude.
that's giant.
Wow.
That's like a solid 4 pounds.
Woo!
Beauty. Yeah! Okay. From there, we climbed through smaller lakes, portaging along the rim of a canyon with our canoes overhead.
Well, portage is not too long, about 400 meters, but fairly rugged but beautiful. The trail just kind of goes alongside it up on the top of a canyon at times almost. There's a rushing creek below, it's beautiful.
Then, the portage trail got a little easier as we walked up smooth rock beside a natural water slide. Well, we're just taking a couple breaks here along this last portage because it's so cool. There's a rushing creek here with a big flat slanted rock on one side. Looks like it'd even be like a natural waterfall. And the portage trail just goes right along the creek here. This is just so cool. Well, this is home for the night. Unbelievable. That's like one of the most enjoyable portages ever. Got a fire pit here. Beautiful view of the lake. Go get it. Go get it, Earth. Go get it. What more do you need? I can put the tent up if you want to get the fire going, eh? That night, after a fish feast, we heard what sounded like a lynx yowling just behind camp. So, we're just around the fire after dinner, and we just heard a meow, like a cat meowing. Maybe it's a lynx or something. You don't think it's a cougar, do you? Like a giant tom cougar? North, leave it. North. Leave it. Good boy. There's a wildcat in the bush over here of some sort. But, you know, wildcat attacks are rare, so we're not too concerned. Yep. Another one. The following days, we explored sandstone caves, checked out a big waterfall, and crossed another big lake to camp. My dog North was along the whole way, and he was having a blast. And naturally, it was great to be out there with my brother. Here we go, baby. One last hurrah in the Forest Boreal. On the final day, I pulled in a dandy lake trout pretty close to the takeout. Here we go, baby. Yep. One last hurrah. Running out my drag. It's a walleye, I think. No, it's a lake trout.
It's a nice lake trout. Fighting like crazy, eh? Yeah! Woo! So the question is, keep or let go?
I mean, that's up to you. You want to cook it out of cabin.
Not bad, Ted, look. There we go. Nice slob. Woo! Take a closer look at this guy here.
It's a good one, man. That.
Yeah, that's
Nice
what.
Laker by Jim.
After the trip, Ted came to see my new cabin for the first time. Bonfire, grilled fish, a couple cold beers. There's nothing like spring trout fishing. As would be the norm for this year, I didn't have a ton of time to transition between my spring trout fishing trip and an intense whitewater trip down the Grand Canyon. But before we ever saw the Grand Canyon, we were able to cram in a practice trip on the Ottawa River and essentially frantically trying to learn how to raft. Then in June, we pushed off into the Arizona heat and began floating the Colorado River into the Grand Canyon. We headed to the put-in at Lee's Ferry. There, we began assembling our outfit, inflating the rafts, putting on the frame, and doing the dozens of other small tasks necessary for a successful trip. A follower of ours, Brandon, had drawn the permit after applying for 20 years and invited Ted and me along. A private trip down the Grand Canyon is one of the hardest permits in rafting to pull, so we jumped at it.
We are just passing Navajo Bridge and we're just looking at these amazing condors here. I've never seen a condor in my life before. They're a very rare bird.
California condors, desert bighorn, rainbow trout.
After seeing the condors, saw two bighorn sheep, and they'd be desert bighorn, and it was actually a female and a very, very small baby. So pretty lazy start to the trip, but now things are amping up because we have the first serious rapid.
This is a great vantage point because you can't see it from the river.
Right, yeah, we're not gonna be able to see this from the river at all. Here we go, baby. First major run of the Grand Canyon. Feeling a little nervoso, some nerves. All right, Ted's going. It's like he nailed it.
First rapid, Badger, we handled cleanly.
Well, we did it! That was super fun. Yes, Ted.
Yes.
Yes.
But we pushed too far the first day, and the light faded as we found ourselves staring down House Rock.
We are approaching House Rock Rapids now. It's a beautiful evening, probably later than we want to be paddling, to be honest with you. Not a fun time to flip. No other parties on the river to really help us either, so
Those are kind of the dangers, but it will also be great to get this rapid behind us and hopefully find good camping at its base or downriver a little bit. But this one's more intense than anything we've done today by a good little chunk, and requires an advanced level move that I've never even done before. This is gonna be the biggest test so far. There's a decent chance we flip. Fingers crossed we don't. I'm pretty nervous because there's a lot of power going there, and it's gonna smash you into that wall on the left, and then that huge irregular curling wave hole thing would be a potential flipper if you bombed into that sideways.
Holy cow.
Are you scared?
It's gonna slam you guys for sure.
You think so? For sure.
For sure.
One of the toughest rapids on the river. It demanded a downstream ferry, which meant rowing backwards against massive waves that would have pinned us right into the canyon wall where the rapid takes a sharp turn. Brendan was sure we'd flip, but we didn't. All those years reading water from a canoe were paying off.
Yeah! I didn't really have the angle right, and I ended up barely missing those big holes. I just hit them far enough to their right that they didn't tip me, but fortunately I was able to hold on to my oar with these pin and clip oars and stay in the boat. So not exactly what I had planned, but close enough, baby. Well, we bailed on our plans. We brought a little firebox. We're gonna cook steaks. And so late, it just started hammering rain, so we decided to eat sandwiches. Okay, well, we are on the water. The thing is, today's gonna be a more challenging day to make time because we have a ton of crazy rapids just stacked one after the other. Okay, well, again, this one doesn't look crazy from upriver, but there's a big drop, so I think this is going to be another wild ride. Short one, but challenging. Our map shows this as a class 6. Yeah! The boys made it down! spun around in the eddy right behind the first hole. And that spun me, and then I had a pretty good ride. I got a little more sideways than I would have liked to have, but no issues. So we're gonna camp and look at this view.
With big rafts, we could carry everything. A firebox, a charcoal grill, and a huge cooler stuffed with blocks of ice. We were eating like kings out there.
This is just paradise right here.
Yeah, perfect temperature.
Yeah.
Perfectly cooked
Zero
steak.
bugs.
No bug.
Jim and I are used to getting hammered by bugs. Zero bugs.
It took me about 24 hours to get used to just not bugs coming at me.
Right.
We stopped using the tent after night 1 and just slept on our rafts or on sandbars and used a damp bed sheet over us to beat the night heat.
Back on the river and just basically trying to find some shade. This is much more seasonal. The sun is baking down on us right now. It's a dry heat. It's not like the humidity I'm used to at home, but I mean, this is the desert. It's over, 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And there's gonna be hotter days than this too. It can be 180 down here in the canyon. One thing I did at the lunch break was I soaked my shirt in the river. It was shockingly cold when I put it on, but I feel so much cooler now. We're just leaving the little Colorado River, and if there's anything cool about it not being the beautiful blue color and it being completely silt laden and brown, it's that the two waters of the main Colorado and the little Colorado mixing are kind of cool. You see this like brown pushing up against this emerald green color, and it's kind of interesting. I'm gonna paddle right through it.
But the trip wasn't just about whitewater. The side hikes were incredible. The human history. Indigenous people have lived in the canyon for thousands of years, and we walked through old Pueblo villages where pottery fragments 1,000 years old still littered the ground.
That is wild. Yeah, just looking at these old pieces of pottery that are 1,000 years old. I guess stuff just lasts a long time in the desert. And these are just pieces of pottery that people have picked up and put there, but look, they're all over the place.
Then came Hance. Another technical downstream ferry was needed. We scouted from a high trail above and went for it.
Okay, on the trek here to scout the notorious Hance Rapid, class 8 super technical maneuver that I've been trying to pull off on some easier rapids and keep blowing. So the stakes are pretty high here. Really good scouting trail. Tells me a lot of people get out and scout this one, even the guides who, do it multiple times a year. So that tells me we're in for something pretty serious. If by any reason where the river's pushing us, if we end up through here, we're gonna flip. This is called the land of the giants, and they're just massive waves.
We made the right move though and managed to slip past the massive standing waves on the right that can flip a raft.
Holy crap, that was insane! We nailed it! Yes, boys! Woo! That was insane.
The side hikes were another world. Narrow slot canyons carved by rushing creeks. Deer Creek was the best of them. A tight slot pouring over a high waterfall down onto the riverbanks below.
this looks like something you would see out of a dinosaur movie or something like that. Ted mentioned The Land Before Time.
But that day, Ted almost went down.
You want to pull over here?
Approaching a big rapid, his oar lock broke.
His pin that holds his oar in just fell out of the fucking boat. I'm gonna try to throw this to Ted.
I got to him just in time, and at the brink of the rapid, I threw him a throw bag, and I managed to haul him to shore before a huge rapid took him down.
I can't hold on to anything. Ted's pin, the thing that holds his whole oar in, fell out. So he only had one oar at the top of a class 5 and he couldn't row to shore. See the oar tower here and the pin just fell out.
Okay, so what happened is the black ball came off and this part and this part and the ball whipped in the water.
So but if the
and
black
this
ball
fell down inside.
But if the black ball, oh okay. Did you think we were about to whip over?
I thought he was gonna go for sure.
Pretty close, wasn't it?
He'll jump on his boat.
Crazy.
Not long after, he returned the favor when my raft got hung up on boulders on another challenging drop called Bedrock.
Here we go. This is a weird one. Well, it's shallow here. Just go down to there. Well, that was pretty interesting. I got hung up on the rocks on the gravel bar there, and Ted came over and I threw him the throw bag. I went to the back of the boat and we pulled. In the end, it actually worked out pretty good, but not what I had planned. You know, the water here is so murky and silty, it's very hard to see underwater rocks.
After that, there were back-to-back epic rapids. But then came what might be the mother of them all, Lava Falls. This is the fastest navigable water in the northern hemisphere, a 38-foot drop.
It is day 9 and 20 miles downriver from here is Lava Falls, the notorious Lava Falls. That's the rapid that has dumped the most boats. It's the most challenging piece of water on the Colorado River in the Grand Canyon, and knock on wood, but people have drowned there. So we're all a little nervous. It's a class 10 on the Grand Canyon scale, and the biggest we've run is a class 8. So if you can imagine something like significantly more intense than anything we've done up to this point. So there's a decent chance one of us flips. So okay, here we go. We're pulling up to Lava Falls, the most notorious rapid in the Grand Canyon. a well-worn scouting trail on this one tells me that it's pretty serious. Well, there it is, folks, Lava Falls. It is, of course, it never looked as big from up here, and it still looks big.
We scouted, took a breath, and went for it. Intense, but not as bad as we'd built it up to be.
We came, we saw, we conquered. Woo!
Funnily enough, what was bad came right after that. Baking hot, I jumped into the river to cool off, misjudged the depth, and buckled my knee on the bottom.
Well, I didn't film it, but I kind of buckled my knees. I went to jump in the water thinking that the water was hopefully 6 feet deep, but I was careful. I'm like, okay, you know, if it's 3 feet deep, I should be okay. And just the bank looked like it was very deep there, but the water's so silty that I jumped in, it was only like 6 inches deep. And so all my weight came down on my knees when they weren't flexed at all. I only jumped from this high and just went like, bah! And just buckled my knees, and they're really sore. I'm just gonna ice them up here.
By evening, I could barely walk, and I was extra concerned because I had a major solo whitewater expedition in the Northwest Territories, just 9 days away.
Well, my knees are pretty bad, so I'm gonna be able to make it out of this trip, but like walking around and climbing in and out of the boat is like very, very challenging for me right now. 10 days after this, I'm supposed to be doing another big trip up in the Northwest Territories, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it now if these don't get better, because I need to walk. I already have a sore shoulder. It's been an awesome trip. It's been a crazy trip, but an awesome trip. Everything from pouring rain and the clear water the first days to the California condors that we saw, all the caves, the caverns, getting into the intense rapids and pushing through the roaring 20s, the little side hikes, the beautiful waterfalls, the swimming holes, the tight canyons that provided some coolness and shade that were just so awesome to explore. To Havasu Creek, swimming in that, what an absolute otherworldly gem of a place. And just the main stretch of the Colorado and the Grand Canyon itself is just something that's so incredible and special. The towering cliffs on either side, the varying scenery that's incredible around every single corner. Not a stretch is even remotely mundane at all. One of the really interesting things about this here is that when Ted and I were on a loan, and we were like suffering, trying to win a loan so we would have enough money to start our lives. I got married and started a family, bought a house, and that's something I wanted a lot. And when I was on a loan, I'd look at a picture of Tori every night, and I think that she would say, "You can do it. Don't give up." We said when we win, we should do the Grand Canyon. We should do the mountain river. And we did do the mountain river, but this Grand Canyon dream, let's just go paddle the Grand Canyon when we win this. And of course that there's permits and waiting lists, and that kind of dream got pushed to the wayside. And it's an amazing story how Brandon actually watched us on a loan. And that's how Brandon came to know us, from a loan. And he reached out to us, we were in contact with him, and he said, "Hey, do you guys want to run the Grand Canyon?" And essentially
Brandon watched us on Alone. We didn't mention we were going to run the Grand Canyon on the show, but somehow from watching Alone, it's come back full circle, and here we are running the Grand Canyon to fulfill that dream we had. So, and to do it with my brother too is really special. Only about a week after returning home from the Grand Canyon, I found myself on a float plane out of Norman Wells, deep into the Mackenzie Mountains of the Northwest Territories. The pilot dropped me on the headwaters of the Natla River.
Well, there we go. My float plane just took off and left me completely all alone on this beach deep in the Mackenzie Mountain wilderness, and it's kind of an interesting feeling being left all alone in the wilderness by a float plane. When it takes off, it's just you, and I have 575 kilometers to travel in front of me.
I was completely on my own. 575 kilometers down 3 rivers to get back to the same town. The Natla, the Keele, and a long stretch of the massive windswept Mackenzie.
To Northwest Territories! One of the beautiful things here is we have pretty much 24 hours of daylight. The sun does dip below the horizon for a bit, but it never really gets dark. So that's kind of something I have going for me.
Late June, snow still on the mountains, water high, and my knee still wasn't right. I couldn't kneel, so I had to run whitewater from one knee, a less stable position. But canceling the trip wasn't gonna happen.
There we go. No problem there, just ran her nice and slow.
The moment the river pulled me into the outflow, the adrenaline kicked in. Boulders coming at me left and right. The Natla squeezed into a tight canyon and dropped me through a string of rapids before letting me pull back into an eddy.
All right, look an eddy. Wow, a little gravel bar. Actually take a momentary break here.
I made a cast for Grayling and pulled in a massive bull trout instead after quite the battle.
Hey, nice. That's a Dolly Varden, baby. Awesome.
At the time, I thought it was a Dolly Varden, as I didn't even know bull trout lived in this river.
I think this is gonna be home for the night. Oh, awesome spot.
The next day, the river got serious. Bigger volume, bigger boulders.
We are jumping into some fun stuff right off the hop today.
I ran a canyon with 3 drops that I couldn't even scout from shore. The Natla is a pushy river. The current always has somewhere it wants to take you, and you've got no time to argue. Then I made a mistake. I came around a blind corner without scouting and was surprised by a massive Class 3 wave train.
Whoa, action Jackson, baby. Whoa. There's a rocket.
After the waves, I'd taken in a lot of water, and looking downriver, I saw another big water rapid coming right at me with nowhere to get to shore.
Some holes to avoid in there. Yeah! Awesome! That's a marked rapid. Well, I got a lot of water in here now.
Right at that moment, I hit a barely submerged rock sideways, which tipped me to the right and sloshed all the water in my boat to the same side. I was able to catch myself with a low brace, barely righting myself before I paddled all out and managed to skirt the rapid, sliding over rocks on the edge to a safe eddy.
Yeah! Woo! That was awesome!
It was a close call. If I dumped, that canoe would have been gone. Out here alone with a bad knee, that's a trip ending in a way you don't want it to. That night, I cooked up some pizzadillas under a tarp as the rain fell.
Oh yeah. All right, day 3, baby, on the water. What does this day have in store?
The next day calmed down whitewater-wise. Jaw-dropping mountain scenery, cold mountain runoff streams clean enough to drink from, grayling on almost every cast in places.
Oh yeah. Yeah, baby. Woo! Got one, barely hooked. Small one, but it's a fish. I think I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle in this clear mountain snow runoff creek. Tastes almost distilled. Using my Cold Steel Commercial Series fillet knife for this. Little slits in it like this. This is my beer. It says Jim Baird Adventures Windbound Campfire Pilsner. It's called Campfire Pilsner because there are some slightly smoked barley in there. So like the barley that it's made with is legitimately smoked. It's a delicious crisp Pilsner. It's actually available at the LCBO stores in Ontario as part of Muskoka Brewery's Survival Pack. It's a mixer pack with some other delicious brews. Other than that, you have to go to Muskoka Brewery's Tap House in Bracebridge, Ontario to pick it up. Oh, so good. Catching your own fish, cooking it up over the fire while traveling through the wilderness, that just seems so pure to me. I heard a famous psychologist say that to study a human in modern day society is like studying a zebra in a zoo. We really haven't been living in the modern world and cities with all this technology for very long. I'm always amazed that when I go out here and do these things, I have these like heightened senses and I can pick things up really quickly, like interesting things about nature and the concentric rings of nature. Tracking, just an awareness, a feeling, an intuition. And it makes me wonder if I can just have what I consider would be a strong intuition when I'm out here, a strong understanding and connection to the land. Makes me wonder how crazy deep it is for some people, especially our ancestors, indigenous people that lived out here, survived out here since they were babies. Let's have a drink to that. Cheers.
My favorite campsite on the river had grizzly tracks crossing right through it.
Notice this here. Looks like a bear cub print there. As you see, the toes end here, but the claw ends here. It dragged the claw a little bit. Just cruising right, you know, right around my tent, where my tent was, right there. When you live out here, you know, you live with the animals. This is their domain. I didn't take my food barrel walking away from camp last night. I probably would have if I'd seen those tracks when I got here though.
Another site where I found some signs of humans turned out to be an old mountain dene sheep corral, a reminder that I was far from the first to travel these waters.
Looks like there was like once a little structure here, like a cabin type thing. I'm gonna put my tent right in the middle of it. Happy place. Here we go. That campsite was very beautiful. To me, I think it was the most meaningful. I look back at it and I swear that I could almost feel the presence of people from days gone by.
My final stand on the Natla was a class 4 rapid that probably should have been a portage.
I think this is the big rapid of the Natla here. I'm not nervous at all. Alone out here bombing this stuff, why should I be?
With my knee the way it was, portaging wasn't really an option.
I'm on a portage trail here. The mountain dene were the original ones to wear this trail around here. Definitely evidence of their old camp. Where I camped last night proves that they would have had to get by this rapid, whether going up or down river or both. When you're traveling this river, you're doing the same thing as these people in a lot of ways, and it's a lot easier to figure that kind of stuff out. Where if you're, you know, an anthropologist or historian, and you're doing a lot of book research, it would take you a lot longer to figure that out. That's why I love the saying by J.R.R. Tolkien that the world is not in your books and maps, it's out there. Well, if you dump here, you just have this little space to get out. Otherwise, you're swept way down to the next rapid there.
I scouted from the canyon wall, picked my line, and went for it.
It's a tricky lineup, and there's some tough water above the hard part too.
At one point, my canoe was completely underwater.
Woo! Yeah, baby! Woo! Yeah, I'm bombing a whitewater canyon into Northwest Territory. Woo!
But I managed to push through, pull over, and bail my canoe after a wild ride. I came out of it okay.
Woo!
After that, I was faced with a lot of rapids, but nothing else felt too hard in comparison.
Oh, look at that. That is so cool.
I finished the Natla that evening and made camp not far down from where it joined the Keele. After navigating the raging whitewater of the Natla River, I find myself on the Keele, a wild and untamed river of the Mackenzie Mountain Wilderness. This is the heart of my 575-kilometer-long solo adventure. It's where the mountains stand tall and the river twists through ancient landscapes. Out here, every bend reveals something new. Remnants of old indigenous Dene campsites, silent witness to stories long past. I pause, explore, and imagine the lives once lived on these shores. The land itself is alive, and I explore a recent landslide reshaping the terrain, a reminder of nature's relentless power. I follow the river through narrow, braided channels where currents pull tight and waterfalls pour off riverside cliffs. Wildlife is abundant. Moose quietly wading along the banks, curious caribou gaze far off in the distance, and wolf prints scatter the gravel bars. Out here, you quickly become aware of how small and fragile you are in this vast wilderness. And in the quiet moments, I find simple treasures. Wild strawberries, sweet and fleeting, a taste of the wild land. Waterfalls cascade into the river, their roar echoing through the mountains. The scenery is breathtaking. Rugged cliffs, northern boreal forests, a wilderness untouched by time. Navigating these braided channels demands focus and patience, a dance with the river's unpredictable power. Solo paddling isn't just about miles, it's about immersing yourself in the land that pushes your skills and your spirit. Ahead lies the mighty Mackenzie River, the great artery of this land. I've come this far exploring a world of ancient stories and wild beauty, a land that's alive and waiting for discovery. Out here, it's just me in the wilderness, a journey of solitude, discovery, and respect for the land's enduring power. That's what adventure is, stepping into the unknown, where every moment writes a chapter in the story of the wild.
It appears the Keele is proving to be more spirited than anticipated. Oh, a bear. Hopefully I don't dump here and wash up right in front of it for dinner. Oh, there's a ledge. Oh. Yeah, you see, that's what I just avoided there. Almost bombed over a ledge while I was trying to film a bear.
Well, it is about 7 in the morning. Bit of a slower start this morning because it was hammering rain and just blasting heavy winds. It seems to have died off a bit, but like this whole part of the tent was compressing like this into here. It started probably around 4 in the morning, and I just like lay there awake, hoping the tent wasn't gonna break. It was pretty intense.
The keel was tamer, 40-kilometer days under big mountain skies. The wind pinned me down before I'd reached the Mackenzie, and I was worried that was a sign of what was coming.
So I passed kilometer 200. That puts me 25K from the Mackenzie River. Look at this big 90-degree bend in the river here. The wind's coming this way, so as soon as I rounded around here and hit that wind, it just blew me. And I'm tucked into the back of this island right here trying to find shelter, and I can't continue downriver until this wind breaks. Well, after climbing out of the boat and checking it out a bit, the wind here is just crazy. Like, I don't even know if I could set up the tent here, but I see a spot just like 50 meters down that way where there's a bunch of big trees that are kind of blocking it. So I think I'm gonna just track the boat over there and try to set up behind those trees, and it won't be like just in the brunt of the wind here. Well, here comes the rain.
The Mackenzie hit me with cold rain and hard wind. Driftwood thick on the water. I battled it for hours, camping on an island as the weather cleared that night. The next day, it was a struggle to reach Toledo, a small community on the Mackenzie River.
About 10 more K to Toledo. I've paddled about 15 today. Still a long way to go to hit my 50K today though. Well, there are the old Hudson Bay Company buildings, and there is the northern. There it is. Just grab a thing of water. Oh, maybe not. See the clear water of the Great Bear River pouring into the Mackenzie right there.
I crossed the mouth of the Bear River there and made camp at the base of massive Bear Rock.
Well, here it is, the Great Bear River. Absolutely gorgeous, crystal clear blue water going up this river to Great Bear Lake and then crossing it and portaging into the barren lands. That'll have to be a trip for another time. Maybe when my son Huddy's a little older, but pretty cool. Too bad I don't have any drone batteries left, or else it would be cool to film the waters mixing. Oh, that was a mission.
Muskox and wolf prints were all over the beach.
I'm just looking at wolf prints all over. We got a bunch of wolf pup prints, even muskox prints, some beaver prints, and bumblebees all over the place, just going after all the little flowers on the ground. And it got warm out because the sky cleared up, and it was just absolutely gorgeous. I'm like, this is awesome.
I thought I'd get up early and get a jump on the wind the next morning. But as it turns out, the wind got a jump on me. and it woke me up howling at 4:30 in the morning.
Well, it looks like I'm gonna have my work cut out for me today. Starting to think maybe I should have just like taken a nap and gotten some clicks last night when the wind had totally died around like 9:30. The wind is like worse today for sure.
Whitecaps were huge the whole way across the river.
I am for sure windbound here. So I just definitely shouldn't be going anywhere right now. Like there's crazy big waves out there.
I waited for 14 hours, and when it finally broke, I went.
Well, good news. It is way better here, and looking way down there, it's not nearly as bad as it was about an hour ago. So I'm not in a massive rush to get out of here. I'll probably be paddling till like 1 in the morning. It's about 6:45, and I'm gonna pack up and head out, start giving her. Holy crap, I'm on my last map. They're 1 to 250, so it's still a ways to go. Wow, Bear Mountain is so cool.
Paddled until 1:30 in the morning under a sky that never fully went dark, and banged off 40 kilometers in one stretch.
Such a dream to paddle on compared to my 2 other days paddling on the Mackenzie, like hammering rain and wind and then just blasting headwinds and waves. This is just like a whole other world. Well, the sun is officially down. It just got quite a bit colder, and it's pushing 1, so I think I'm gonna call it. That's where I came from today. Well, it is the morning of day 14. Slept like an absolute baby, and I don't hear any wind. I don't know how many other places in the world there are where you could travel that far and not go under a bridge. I remember I wrote a story on my East Natashquan river trip for Canoe and Kayak, which is an American magazine. I wrote in it like, we paddled under the bridge and we knew the trip was almost done. Well, there's one bridge that crosses that river right at the end. And Canoe and Kayak edited it to say, I passed the last bridge, because there's no way they thought that this was the only bridge on this river. And I was out there for 2 weeks. And I just remember that got published, and I was just like so triggered by it, because like part of the thing is I want people to realize how truly remote these areas are and how special that is. You know, I live on a big patch of bush where at my house, and you could rip across it in a snowmobile in 3 hours. This, you could ride endlessly through the mountains and never see another soul. I mean, it's just enormous swaths of pure wilderness up here in northern Canada and Alaska. And I think it's something really, really special. I think it belongs to us all, to all people that love nature. But I think that knowing that this is here as part of the Canadian identity, even if you never really visit it, which I suggest everybody that you should, I think it's something that's incredibly special that we should protect and that we should keep as wild as possible. And it gets chiseled away at every year. It's easy to think, oh, what's one more road? What's one more this? What's one more that? But then 100 years go by and everything's completely different. Well, we are on the water for what may be the final day of an epic 575 kilometer long expedition down the Natla, Keele, and part of the Mackenzie River.
The final day, I pulled into Norman Wells just before the wind came back.
Yeah! I'm at the takeout.
I'd done it. By then, I'd been gone a lot, and I missed my family. I couldn't wait to get home, because we were leaving for the cabin for 5 weeks straight. It was a great feeling pulling up to the cabin. We hadn't all been together there in a long time. It was late July and the weather was hot.
A lot of stuff to deal with. Here's the wood I hauled out in the winter.
I assembled my Swellfish inflatable boat. Tori got her new stand-up paddleboard out. Life was good. Friends and family rolled through. My cousin and his wife came for a few days. We fished and explored a waterfall. Tori and I tackled the substantial job of installing our new incinerating toilet, a very welcome addition to the camp.
Well, getting a little bit later of a start than we wanted to today, but that is an old composting toilet that we've never used. So our Cinderella incinerating toilet is going to go there. And this right now is a workroom essentially, but eventually we're going to change this into a bathroom, and this all is going to go in a tool shed. But right now it's basically going to be storage, a workroom, and a toilet. So multi-purpose room. Oh, Huddy. This is our new toilet, Huddy.
Go pan poop.
Oh yeah, bud.
Look at that.
Hammer time.
We're just figuring out how the vent goes, because you need a vent just to make sure it will get proper airflow. Tori's taking charge of this, and I'm okay with that. 100 millimeters right there. Yeah, I think that's, how wide is it? That is the top of the chimney.
We also planned on building a large wall tent shelter. But before we dug into the bigger build, I took my son Hudson out onto a backcountry lake for a day.
Woohoo!
Yes!
Good dog, good dog. Look at that old stuff in the water.
Oh, you did see, that's a very old boat. How do you notice this sunken boat here? No doubt quite an old relic. You can do it, bud. Be a brave boy. Here. Come here. Remember, being brave isn't about not being scared. It's about being scared and doing it anyway, right? Okay, go. Step to the bottom. This is fun. You're doing so good today, bud. Buddy, you make me so happy.
I'm so happy to have you.
Aw, thanks, buddy. I'm happy to have you too. I'm gonna start taking some casts.
Why? To catch the fish that.
There's it. There it is. Got one. First cast, buddy. Yeah, it's a good one. You want to reel it in?
No.
It's a nice one. Keeper. Yeah. Look. First cast, bud. Nice.
That's a keeper.
You think so?
Yeah.
Want to keep it?
Yeah.
Okay. You think it's a little small, buddy?
Keep it.
Keep it?
Yeah.
Looks a little small. Let's let it go.
No.
Are you sure?
No.
Look, it's small.
No.
Keep? Okay. Got one. Oh, lost it. There it is. It's a good size. You should use the same rod as me, the same lure as me, Huddy, to load. Oh, I lost it. Oh.
Next. What's
Got one. Yeah. Why don't you start using what I'm using, bud?
What?
Why don't you start using what I'm using? This is what's on your other rod. This worm like this.
I want to keep that one.
This one's too small.
I want to keep
I know, but we're gonna keep a bigger one. I like your style though, bud. Got to catch a couple more because we're eating fish tonight, right? There's one. There's one. Ah, small one again. Okay, cast here. Take your other line, Huddy. Please take your other lure. Just try one cast with the other rod. You're gonna catch fish with it, I promise. Okay?
Dad.
Huddy, do you want to catch fish? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so try another cast with
I really
it.
like this one.
I know, but you don't have the right lure on there. Plus, you're tangled around the top. Pass it to me. I'm fixing it. You're tangled. Here, pass it. Okay, come here. You see this? This is a little tangle buster. Okay. I know you really like that one, but you're not catching anything on it. So try this one. Here, just try one cast with this. One cast. Here, Huddy. Look, here. One cast in close to shore. Come on, Angel. Let's see what you can do.
Hold on.
And I fixed this for you. It was tangled at the top. That's why it wasn't casting. So you've both now. Are you going to take a cast, bud?
I'm going to have to put this somewhere. Big one? Another big one?
No. Cast in closer to shore, buddy. Closer to shore. Cast in closer to shore. Whatever you think. I was casting out that way. That's more like it.
Going? I got one, look.
You got one? Reel it in. Oh, we got off. Well, we are just catching fish after fish like this, but nothing of any size. One decent one that we kept.
Let's keep it just in case we don't catch a tank.
I'm gonna keep this little one.
Yeah,
So
just in case if we don't catch a tank.
ow, ow.
What?
I stabbed myself. It's too little. We can't keep this one.
No, let's keep it in case if we don't catch a tank.
I know, but if we don't catch a tank, this one's still too little. It's so tiny, you know?
I like it. Can I
Yeah.
kiss him?
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, we're catching a lot of fish, but we're not catching any big fish. But that's okay. We're just here to have fun and maybe keep a couple, smaller size ones that aren't too small to keep as eaters, so we have a little bit of food when we get home. But we're gonna try a bit longer, maybe go swimming. But yeah, we're not gonna give up on the fishing just yet. There it is. There's a big one, honey. Yes, bud. Yeah, that's what we were after. That's what we saw. That's a good keeper.
Yip away.
Not huge, but it's a decent keeper. That's the one I saw down there. You want to hold it up? Here, hold it up to the GoPro. Yeah, hold it sideways. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We're eating tonight. Woo. Where's that big one that I saw in here, Huddy? Where's that big one? That's the question. Maybe it moved down here. It's right there. Right there, buddy.
That one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good size. Woo! Yes, Huddy. Told you I'd be there. That's what we're talking about right there. Yeah!
Let's keep that one.
Oh, you better believe it, my man. That's a proper keeper right there. Alright, should we go now?
No, I'm gonna go to a swimming spot.
Swimming spot?
Yeah.
Okay, swimming spot it is. We caught dinner. Mission accomplished, Huddy.
I'm gonna catch more fishes.
You want to take another cast before we go to the fishing spot?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you...
Can you catch another tank?
I think I could catch another tank.
Yeah.
Here, I think you could catch a tank. Here, I'll give you my rod.
Let's set the hook.
Right now, set it. Yeah, reel.
No wheel.
No, you got a reel, bud. That's it. That's
It's a
it.
giant. It's a giant.
Yeah. Yeah, honey. Yes, good job, bud. What do you think about that?
Good. Let's keep it.
Okay, let's keep it. Huddy caught a keeper. Good job, Huddy. Oh my, by yourself. Oh my, by yourself. Hey. Oh my, by yourself. Oh, don't catch Daddy. Well, that is about all she wrote. We ended up staying in here pretty late. It's about 7. Hudson and I were getting quite warm there at the last little spot where we were catching a lot of fish. So we took a nice little refreshing dip. And I'm just paddling this speed up old boat back to the Portage Trail for the short little carry back to our little inflatable boat there for a rip home. So we'll clean up the fish when we get back to camp and gonna have a nice little fish fry tonight. Well, it is 6 a.m. on the dot and I'm in the boat and I'm not going fishing. I am heading back to the boat launch, back into the tundra. I'm gonna hook up the trailer. I'm gonna drive to Timber Mart in Thessalon. Bit of a drive, but here we are, Timber Mart. Hopefully my trailer holds everything and I don't have to get a delivery or make another trip. What are we at now?
Oh, around 10.
All loaded up. A lot of lumber. I went out to Timber Mart and picked up all the materials, and the wall tent we have is a 14 by 16 foot wall tent by Capital Canvas, which is a great Canadian company out of BC. Anyways, we're gonna get to work. We're super excited about this, but we have our work cut out for us. So here we go. We're gonna dive right into it.
After choosing the spot where we wanted to put the structure, we cleared some trees and brush, made some final measurements, and then got to digging to create a level area. Digging in the Canadian Shield isn't easy because it seems like there's more rocks than dirt, not to mention the never-ending amounts of tree roots. After that, the first step of the build was creating a frame for the deck. We did this by creating 4 rectangles, 10 by 8 feet each, and then placing them all together. Under the corners and in the middle where the 4 different rectangles met, we placed large footings, which we leveled out. Then, we hammered the 4 pieces together.
Well, that commences the first stage of our build here, and so far so good. We still got a lot of work to do on it, and I'm looking forward to jumping in the lake. It's another beautiful day. We're gonna get probably some chili going for dinner, maybe do another boat cruise tonight too, so we'll see. But yeah, looking forward to getting cooled off in the lake. It's a hot day.
After quite a bit of digging and picking, it was time to put in the footings. We tested how flat the footings were by using a level before proceeding. To level it, we use some slats under the middle footing and then use 4x4s along the front, lifting the structure up till it was level and then securing the 4x4s to the frame using hammer, nail, and screws.
Well, using nails for the majority of this because that way we don't have to keep recharging our drill batteries, but also, come on, nails, that's kind of old school. That's the original off-grid way. That's how my dad and my grandfather built our initial cottage or cabin, why I got all into this. So I'm not going to go away from what works.
Overall, the structure was very strong, level, and square. After all the deck frames were put together, leveled, and squared off, Tori took on the tough task of nailing in all the floorboards.
Yes! First floorboard is on. Pretty happy with what we got done today, and tomorrow we're going to finish putting all the floorboards in. So maybe we don't need
Daddy,
like
go burpee.
Daddy doesn't want to do a burpee because his shoulder and knees are blown up. Well, I mean, that's something, right? Still about 70 more floorboards to go, and it is super, super solid. Yeah, not overbuilt and definitely not underbuilt, and just perfect. Huddy's learning to swim his first time all by himself. Okay, ready? Go. No, don't touch bottom, don't touch bottom. Yeah, you're doing it. Faster kicking. Okay, good job, buddy. Get a ski, yeah, get where it touches. You're swimming! You swim, buddy! All right, what do we got there, Huddy?
Fish.
Well, we just spent a couple days having some friends up. They have 3 kids, and the kids just played endlessly in the water here. Had a great time, took some time off of our building project, but we got to use our tent platform already. Tori finished the decking before they got up here. We set up a tent on it because our cabin wasn't big enough to house everybody. So that's kind of cool. But now we're gonna jump back into it. I'm hoping to get the frame of the roof up today and hopefully a little more done before my parents get here. And yeah, my mom and dad are gonna come out and check this place out. It'll be their first time here, which is exciting. So I'm just gonna take the tent down that we set up for them and get back to work.
The next thing we had to do was create a frame around the top of the pillars which would support the roof.
We caught this together. Well, we're out swimming and Huddy noticed a big fish. He's like, Dad, a huge fish, a tank. Me and Huddy's lines got tangled, but we landed it. And we're gonna keep that one for dinner. Awesome fish. Well, I got my parents here. It's their first time coming to our camp. And we're gonna take them for just a little tour of the immediate area, show them some cliffs, show them a cool waterfall, and we're gonna be doing a little treasure hunt. Hudson found what looks like a very old pirate's treasure map. Huddy, what's going on?
We found a treasure.
What did you find?
Map.
Of this lake under the cabin in an old bottle. Oh, where'd you find that?
I found it under the cabin.
Nice. Which is just crazy to even imagine how it would get there.
Mom! Hey! Look, we found a treasure map.
No way. Oh my goodness.
How old do you think that is?
I don't know. Looks really old though, doesn't it? Huh?
Hey, look, I see the X.
Oh!
We're gonna go see if we can find pirate's treasure. I mean, you never know. Like, this looks like our lake to me, very much so.
Well, yeah, because look at these narrows there and the 3 bays. That looks like our lake.
Okay, Huddy, what do you say we go find this treasure?
Yes!
Do you think there's a treasure at the end of that map?
Yeah.
Well, we have a couple tired little treasure hunters here. So yeah, we're off on a looking for pirate treasure. And since the time Hudson found the map and we all got in the boat, I guess he got a little tired. So hopefully he gets back into it. I'm sure he will.
Where's the map?
All right, here's the map, buddy. Go see if you can find an X on this island.
Okay.
Okay, don't lose that map. If we don't find anything on this island, we can go to the next island.
Whoa, cool, raw.
Oh, it doesn't look like it's there.
Okay, so but wait a second, because we're like here. So then, wait, where's the X?
It's right there.
Are we at the wrong island?
I think this is the wrong island.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huddy, why don't we let's go check the other island where the X is. This is the wrong island. No treasure here though, but we looked. Okay, let's go to the next island and see if the pirate treasure is there. Okay, well, we have just searched this island here. Hey, look! Is that an island? A little island?
Yeah.
That's a little island there?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go check it out. We're looking for, we gotta look for something that's marking the treasure, like an X or something like that. What?
It's on the X.
What?
You did?
Yeah, right there.
Stop it. Oh my gosh.
God.
Let's find the treasure one.
Do you think that means it's underneath it?
Buddy, that's actually an X, dude. That's crazy.
Let's start digging.
What? There's a box under there.
Careful, hold it upright. Oh!
Oh my gosh.
Yay!
You gonna close it up and take it home?
What is that?
A jewel.
Keeping all these.
We're keeping all of it.
Yeah, we found treasure!
Ah!
Woo, high five! We did it! We gotta keep this forever.
Yeah.
This is the best historical relic we've ever found. These are Spanish. These are like from Spanish gold coins.
Yeah!
Yeah! Wesley, we found pirate seals. Yeah!
Yeah! Now we're like pirates. Or unbeatable.
Shivery timbers. We found the treasure!
After that, Tori and I rolled up our sleeves and really started focusing on the build. The build took longer than we expected, but we stayed on it, learned a few things on the way, and we got it done.
Go in.
You need this?
No. Here, take the drill. Take this. Here, take this. Take this. We're getting rained out.
I just saw lightning.
You're not gonna be able to get it.
I don't think you'll be able to reach.
The last thing we had to do to get this thing done is the shingling. Now, Tori and I had never done any shingling before outside of some basic work. But fortunately, the instructions come on the PAX shingles. So we read through those carefully and figured it out pretty easily.
Well, Tori is doing her last row here, and we're gonna leave this top on and fold it over, and we do the end cap. All right, climb up and pass it to me, bud. Thank you. Good work, Huddy. So after this, the last step is putting on the ridge cap of the shingles, and a few ways you can do that, but we're just kind of keeping it simple here. Doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to work really well.
Putting down that last shingle on the cap of our structure was the final nail in the building. We were finished.
All right, yeah! We did it! It's done. Good job. What a project.
What a project.
Well, we are off on a family adventure. We basically finished up our project last night, and we have to leave. This is the Labor Day long weekend in Canada, so we have to leave like either tomorrow or Monday, because Huddy and Wesley's first day of school, including Huddy's first day of school ever, is on Tuesday. So this is our last adventure, and we're gonna do something awesome. We're going to try to get into a lake we've never gotten into before, and we think we could potentially follow a long wiggly twiggly creek in our big motorboat all the way in there to do some fishing, hopefully pop a couple fish, and maybe do a little swimming. I don't know, it's pretty warm today. There's been some very cold nights, including 5 degrees Celsius last night. There was even a frost warning for the closest town to here. But today is beautiful, and this is awesome. This is perfect August, no bugs, and yeah, we're really excited to go check out this lake. This is sick.
I'm glad we know the lily pad.
This is the new lake, the secret lake, Huddy. Look, we made it.
Okay, look.
The adventure lake.
Yeah! Family adventure!
Before we packed up from the cabin, we squeezed in an awesome little motorboat trip where we managed to navigate up a narrow creek to reach a backcountry pike lake.
Too.
Why you change the lure?
Because I think maybe there's some giant pike in here, Huddy. I'm not sure though.
Whoa, we almost got it. I didn't realize you were casting this way.
Lunch was on a beautiful island, and Hudson and I went for a swim. By then, we were into late August, and Northern Ontario was cooling down. School was starting, and waiting on the other side of that drive home was the Yukon, where I'd head out on back-to-back adventures in September in some of the wildest country I know. Only days after closing up the cabin, I was on another float plane. In September of this year, I solo canoed the Wolf River in the Yukon Territory of Canada. To reach the headwaters, I chartered a float plane out of Whitehorse and flew deep into the wilderness.
Thank you very much. I'll see you next time.
Wolf Lake lies within the traditional territory of the Inland Tlingit, part of Teslin First Nation. They used to travel with dogs along traditional trails and then spent winter here trapping, fishing, and hunting for food. When spring came, they'd build canoes covered in moose hide and paddle down the Wolf River all the way back to Teslin Lake. Stories like that are what inspire me to take on adventures like this, to follow in some way in the footsteps of the people who once lived and traveled here. After a long flight, the pilot touched down on Wolf Lake, the source of the river, and then took off again, leaving me completely alone. The sound of the plane faded, and the silence set in. I had the entire lake to myself.
So I don't really have much info on this river at all, and I'm not really sure what I might be faced with in terms of rapids or where portage trails might be, if any. So I'm gonna have to proceed with caution. Grouse season is open here too, so I'm hoping maybe I get the chance to hunt a little bit of ruffed grouse and spruce grouse and supplement my diet with Arctic grayling and delicious grouse as well. Get my gun loaded up for bear protection. I'm gonna load the first shot with double-aught buckshot and the second two with slugs. I'm not scared of bears right now by any means, but like if I'm gonna lug this gun out for bear protection, I might as well have it at the ready.
The water is crystal clear, and I could see hundreds of Arctic graylings stacked up in the current. Though it felt like it took forever, when I finally started casting, the graylings smashed my flies, sometimes leaping completely out of the water. It was pure chaos and pure fun.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, nice. Woo, it's a nice one. That is awesome. Wow, that's a big grayling. That is definitely my biggest grayling on a fly.
And at the time, I didn't know that what I was about to walk into would turn out to be one of the most memorable trips of the year. But I only had about a week to make it down the Wolf. The day I came off the river, I was heading straight back into the bush after some prep with a friend from the Yukon. We'd do a multi-day moose hunt down another wild river, this time by jet boat. The next morning was cold, and before long I was back out on the lake, still searching for lake trout. I fished for as long as I possibly could, but came up empty-handed again. Luckily, the grayling fishing at the outlet more than made up for it. While paddling along the shoreline, I came across the remains of an old log cabin. Inside were handmade snowshoes, a gold pan, and a huge moose rack was lying outside. It felt like a true relic of the old Yukon. It probably explained why the wreck of an old wooden scow that was seemingly hand-built on the lake lay discarded on the shore close to my campsite. It's likely that that old boat is tied to the people who once lived here.
Okay, well, I am finally gonna start paddling the Wolf River.
By the time I finished exploring, I realized I'd fished so long I was already behind schedule. It was time to start making some distance. As I paddled downstream, I quickly discovered that this river was far more spirited than I'd expected. Back-to-back rapids came at me fast, and I had to stay on my toes to dodge the countless boulders in the shallow water. The Wolf River was showing its teeth.
Nice and slow. Tricky. Technical, but fun. Well, I'm gonna say that this is a whitewater canoe trip, man. Especially if water levels were higher. Mostly like 1s and 2s though.
Around midday, I paddled through an old burn, a vast stretch of blackened spruce and charred trunks that reached as far as I could see. pulled the canoe ashore and wandered through it for a while. There's always something a little eerie about walking through an old burn. The silence feels heavier, and the ground is littered with fallen, slivered logs, like bones of an old forest. But at the same time, there's something strangely beautiful about it too. In the northern boreal forest, fire is a natural part of the cycle. These black spruce trees are meant to burn. Fire releases nutrients back into the soil and makes room for new life to take hold. While it feels a bit haunting, it's also a reminder that even destruction has a place out here. The forest always finds a way to start again.
Well, it's been drizzling on and off, and now it's just kind of picked up enough. Time to put on my rain jacket. Crazy. 2 down trees, one completely across the river. It's looking like I'm going to be able to do 40K today, but I don't know, man. Having to push it pretty hard, and now I'm in a stretch of river that's just wide but super shallow and absolutely no good fishing holes anywhere, and I keep getting hung up on gravel bars too and having to hop down them. Oh man. Well, yeah, just because the river's wider obviously doesn't mean it's deeper. Oh man. Oh, are you kidding me? Come on. Oh, glad to be past that. Some water. I was almost a click and a half of that. A little deeper here. Hopefully this keeps up. Oh yeah. We're eating tonight. Oh, a good size one too. Look at that. That is a beauty. What a nice grayling.
After a long day of paddling, I finally found a nice campsite on a gravel bar.
So I walked down the bank of it. That looks like a honey hole to fish there. Over here, not as big, but it looks pretty good. There's actually a tributary coming in here. Not really any flow to it. It's pretty much dry. But I think what I'm going to do, I walked down the gravel bar. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to float down to here and set up on this side, closer to the good fishing hole. Finding a wolf print. We are on the Wolf River, I suppose. There's a big old wolf print. Look at the size of that. It's like wider than my fingers.
The grayling were eager to bite just offshore, and I spent a good while casting a floating dry fly into the current. They were hitting hard, and it was a blast.
This is like the first little one I've caught since I've been here. That one's a little bigger. Feel a lot bigger. And you're fighting them up the current like that. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice one. Gotta fight them up the current here. Woo! Oh man, this is so fun. Fly fishing for Arctic grayling. Well, there's dinner. Better get to cooking. Gotta set up camp. Got a fish stew going, but that was a lot of fun though.
In September in the north, you don't have the luxury of the midnight sun like you do in early summer anymore. By 8:30, it's pitch black. So after keeping a couple fish, I stayed up well after dark, cooking up a grayling stew over the fire. I brought a few fancy spices along as a treat, and I made the stew with potato, carrots, and onions that I cooked up in a frying pan on the side. It smelled incredible, and it tasted even better. To save time and not waste any meat, I threw in whole chunks of grayling instead of filleting them first. I figured I'd just pick out the bones as I ate. That plan worked fine until I bit down the wrong way on a bone. That one bite, though, sent a bolt of pain straight through my jaw. I took some painkillers I'd packed, finished my meal, and crawled into my tent, but my tooth kept bothering me for the rest of the trip, flaring up at random times. Looking ahead at my map, I could see that in the days to come, the river would start to slow down and snake its way through long, winding bends. That meant a lot more paddling if I wanted to keep up my 40K a day. At the same time, those slow meandering stretches and the swampier country surrounding them looked like prime moose habitat. I was really hoping I'd catch a glimpse at one of these massive, powerful animals along the way.
Yes, we're on the water. Took me 2 hours and 15 minutes to break camp, which I guess isn't too bad. And the clouds are clearing up, which is really good for morale. Wow, this is just beautiful, deep, clear water. Yeah, so you could actually paddle around in this huge loop. And the river actually used to go that way, but as it went around this bend and as it slowly over the years built up enough sediment at the mouth of this big oxbow, it just redirected the river to go this way. Well, there's where the oxbow comes back in. You can see there's a big pile up there, but no current coming out, so it's slowly becoming its own separate lake. Gonna see if I can't sneak up on these swans, get a shot of them. So I'm just gonna pull over up here and pull out my lunch and then continue on downriver. But yeah, I see a lot of beaver activity along the banks here again today, which is cool. At this time of year, the beavers are extra busy getting ready for winter. And what they're doing is they're building up their winter store piles by going and biting off shoots, willow, poplar, stuff like that. Like this stuff we see along here. Essentially just bark of deciduous trees and shrubs. And they're getting those little sticks and they're piling them up in calm spots of the river so that they can access them under the ice after the river freezes up. And if they don't get enough, well, they'll have an issue over the winter. So I see a lot of beaver trails coming down into the river, a lot of drag marks where they've been dragging branches and stuff like that down. And at the same same time, I think the wolves don't mind fattening up for the winter either. And a beaver, there's a lot of fat on a beaver, so that's a great thing to get if you're a bear or you're a wolf. So the wolves know that this is a time when the beavers are out of the water getting food, and the wolves are trotting along the bank, following those beaver trails down to the water, seeing if there's a beaver at the end, and maybe waiting for one, because a beaver is a great meal for a wolf and they're pretty good at getting them too. So it's just kind of cool. I mean, it is called the Wolf River after all, so maybe I'll see one. We'll see. I feel like this is probably one of the best times to see a wolf because they're down on the river trying to eat beavers. Direction of the river, but I am struggling against headwinds. I should be going way faster, and it's just been like this for a long time now, so I think I have to accept that I'm not going to make it as far as I thought unless this wind dies like immediately. But it's crazy, man. It's like really gusting, easily 55 km/h gusts, and a good sustained wind as well. Every time I'm a little bit exposed to it, I just slow down to a snail's pace and I use up a lot of energy. We got whitecaps forming here. Fortunately, the current's still carrying me to some extent. I'm not blowing back upriver, but I have to paddle hard on these stretches. Looking to do about 7 more K. Probably will be like 7 p.m. by the time I get to where I want to camp.
At one point, I spotted a cow moose in the shallows near the bank. Her back was turned to me, and I managed to float in surprisingly close before she noticed me. When she finally noticed me, I was close, and as I got even closer, she startled and then leapt straight into the river right in front of my canoe and splashed water all over my canoe as she swam to the far side of the river. Climbing out on the opposite bank, she turned and looked back at me, almost as if to say, "Who are you? And how on earth did you sneak up on me like that?" I'd never intentionally get that close to a cow with calves or a bull at this time of year. That's just asking for trouble. But in this case, it was an incredible couple moments to witness the moose up close like this.
Well, I'm just stopping to check where I am here. And I noticed it's 7. Oh my God. It's gonna be dark in an hour, but I've paddled past kilometer 75, exactly where I thought. So I'm just gonna take the next decent looking place to camp. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there's much around here. Back before, there's a whole ton of good looking spots, gravel bars. Now we're out of that. So hopefully I don't end up having to camp in like a garbage thicket, and have to fight beavers. Well, there might be something I could work with here. It's hilarious though. Borderline dangerous. If it rains, I'm gonna get flooded out, but I gotta make a decision. Oh man. Well, this is where I'm camping. Against my better judgment. I figured up here is a little more elevated than down here, but it should be okay.
The wind howled as I set up my tent. I had to wade across a shallow channel to tie my canoe to a tree on shore. Then I flipped it on its side and used a paddle to prop it up. This way, I could use the canoe as a windbreak for my stove. There was no firewood anywhere, so I cooked my fish on the stove, crouched in the shelter of my canoe as the gusts tore through the river valley. It wasn't the most comfortable night, but it was one of those moments that reminds you, trips like this aren't always easy, but they sure are real.
Well, I guess this campsite didn't turn out to be too bad. I got a decent sleep, but I just woke up with driving pain in my tooth there. Just weird thing that happened. I just bit down on something wrong. I knew I'd lost a filling there. It should have been fine. The doctor, I went to see a doctor before. I talked to a dentist as well before I left. And they're like, oh yeah, it should be fine. But then, you know, that's not taking into account the fact that I just bit down on something really hard the wrong way. And now it's like really painful. So I'm gonna have to tough it out, man. Day 5. Could have gotten an earlier start considering how much I have to beast mode, but I lost a lot of sleep last night due to the pain in my tooth. So it also doesn't get bright out until 7 a.m. Coming up to English Creek. Might be a decent spot to fish, I don't know. There we go. Got one. What do we have here? Oh my God. Oh my God. This, I think, might be my personal best grayling. Boom! Yeah! Woo! Look at the size of this grayling, baby. Good look at that fish. Oh, oh. Well, I'm gonna let him go. Wow, that is huge. What a fish. I wanted to make sure my hands were wet. I was gonna let him go and I didn't want to put my finger in his gill because grayling, they don't have any distance between the gill plate and the actual gill. So if you try to hold them like this, they can die. So yeah, personal best grayling. That was huge.
Not long into the day, I spotted a young bull moose. I kept my distance this time. It seemed a little aggressive.
That's one cool thing about getting on the water a little earlier and staying on the water a little later, is you see more wildlife. And that was really cool because I was watching a beaver and a moose at the same time, and I think I got the beaver slapping its tail in the same frame as the moose staying in the bushes over there. It's still there. Now it's trotting away now that it heard me talk. Couldn't really see it anymore, and I just saw it run once it heard my voice. Wolves. Well, as I rounded the corner and the wind came into my face, is when I heard the call. And it seemed like more of a nervous sounding call than other ones I've heard, so I actually think that wolf caught wind of me.
was coming in was upwind of me. Where I heard the calls coming from were downwind of me. This wolf came walking upriver. It blended in so well. At first it was staring at me. At first when I saw it, I was paddling and I just thought it was a log or something. But I think it was looking at me for a while before I even saw it. It was the craziest thing. I saw that wolf in my head before I saw it with my eyes. Same color and everything. I must have just seen it and it only subconsciously registered at first. But it was just like I imagined something and then it just appeared. These are some of the reasons why wolves get compared to phantoms. And I had the feeling something was staring at me. I think it was looking at me for a long time and I looked back downriver over my shoulder. Wild, what an experience. Interesting differences between a fall trip and a summer trip. Typically I'm doing summer canoe trips in the Yukon. And you see some different cool stuff in the fall, like probably that wolf, if it wasn't for them maybe looking for beavers to eat, as the beavers are, you know, cutting shoots to add to their winter store piles. I might not have seen that in the summer. Well, I'm thinking I could probably line this whole thing and I don't even have to portage. It's a little sketchy to run, but yeah, I'll bust out a long rope and line it on the left. Well, that did not go quite as planned. When I tried to push it, I tried to hit the V, but I didn't push the canoe perfectly down straight to hit the tongue, and it hit like the reactionary curling boil, wanted to flip, got pulled back in. It all would have been okay though if I had run up on top of the cliff quickly and pulled it out of there, but I slipped and was squabbling around on slippery rocks, not going anywhere. But when I climbed up, I pulled it down and the canoe didn't flip. I got a bailer out, but all's well that ends well. I'm not sure I'd do it again, but I'm happy that I did do it because I just saved a ton of time and energy. So it's about 6:45, 10 to 7 right now maybe. But with the clear skies, it's gonna stay light a little longer than yesterday. So I'm gonna try to just get all the whitewater behind me. That looks like something up there. Maybe a bigger rapid. Maybe I can get over on the left though and scout. Better scout this one. Well,
It looks like this is the waterfall, not what I just lined back there. I'm gonna have to front ferry over to the other side of the river. Looks like I'm gonna be camping at the waterfall after all. I just went and scouted out the portage thinking maybe there'd be a better spot to camp at the base of the trail. I mean, when you say trail, that's iffy if there is one, because it's sort of just like down trees. A fire came through here and just burnt everything. There's just crisscross down trees everywhere. But there's a sneak route where you can just like go straight down a steep, sketchy hill and put in right at the base of the falls. And then you got to run what looks like hopefully only a class 2 afterwards. So that's what I'm gonna do, because there's no way I'm walking through this. This is hell.
That night, while cooking fish over the fire, the sky erupted with another spectacular Northern Lights display. This is what dreams are made of. Paddling at the base of the falls was awesome, but my focus immediately shifted to the whitewater rapid below. Well, here it is, folks. I just reached the Natla River. Yes! Here is the Natla. The mouth of the Wolf is here. And this is the Natla River. As I neared the final stretches of river travel before Teslin Lake, the wind picked up again, and I realized crossing the massive lake by canoe could be impossible. That's when I heard a jet boat approaching. The driver slowed alongside me and explained the conditions on the lake. Big whitecaps and strong winds would make paddling impossible, and I likely wouldn't reach the community of Teslin in time for my shuttle the next morning. It turned out the driver and his mom were heading upriver with supplies, and I asked if they might be able to give me a ride across the big lake. He said, yeah, probably, and I continued, waiting out at one of the small islands at the river's mouth. From the island, I could really feel the wind, and I got a view out to the big lake where I saw large whitecaps breaking, and I could see that traveling by canoe wasn't an option. It wasn't long until the boat returned, and I loaded all my gear and canoe aboard, happy to have an engine helping me cover the final 9 kilometers across Teslin Lake. From Teslin, I'd head back to Whitehorse to help my friend Ryan complete a unique boat he was building. Once the boat was finished, Ryan and I would return to the Yukon wilderness together, this time on a moose hunt. The Wolf was one hell of a trip, but there was no time to sit still. I immediately linked up with my buddy Ryan and helped him put the finishing tweaks on the HDPE jet boat he'd built himself. We're traveling in a 40 horsepower outboard that has a jet propulsion bottom to it, so you can take this thing through shallower water. And Ryan will also sometimes use his electric trolling motor just for, to more quietly putter along and to save gas for the larger engine. The plan was simple: sleep in a boat, drift the river, cow call along the way. We're just kind of going slow with the current, and Ryan's manning the electric motor there just to save gas. And he's doing some calling, basically imitating a cow that's trying to call in a bull. And we're hoping that attracts some bulls towards us. Ryan and I had about 300 kilometers of river to cover in a week. We worked the dry side sloughs, calling as we went.
So it's gonna be dark soon, and we're still cruising downriver. Haven't seen anything yet. Temperatures dropped quite a bit. We're hoping we can connect. This is a good time.
River hunting for moose is its own thing. You snap branches to mimic a bull, walk quietly, put out a few cow calls, and keep moving downriver, spending less time sitting in one place than many other styles of hunting.
Okay, so we just got off the boat to explore this little side slope. It's all dry side channel. So we're just gonna listen and just snap branches so we sound like a moose.
So we called basically until it's pitch black, light our fire, and then we actually would keep calling, and that's essentially to call a moose into the area that we might be able to get once it gets light the next morning.
Okay, well, we are just tucked in here, sleeping in the boat. Here's the boat cover. Ryan's just getting it buttoned up there. Oh yeah, and we have a little diesel heater strapped onto the back, so it's supposed to go down to about -10 tonight. And when we wake up and it's absolutely freezing cold, we're gonna run that heater, just heat it up in here, and have a coffee in here probably. That black spot way over there under the cliff. Fresh tracks. Well, we have a rapid coming up. Looks fairly substantial. We're gonna run it. Obviously, we're not portaging. Running rapids.
Day 2, late afternoon, I saw a small bull.
Young bull. Small bull. You can take it if you want. What's that? Do you want to take that one? I don't know. It's pretty small. What do you think? Should I shoot him? You don't want to. I might wait for a bigger one. But if you're desperate for me, then that'll be good.
I could tell it was a small moose, probably a 3-year-old moose, and we decided just to let that be, and I passed up a shot on that moose.
And in the end, I was glad I made that call.
I had a pretty decent shot at it. It was pretty far, and it was pretty much a calf, not a whole ton of meat on it. Give her some more power. Give her some more power. More power. More power. There you go. Perfect. Now we're a little left. Follow the beat.
We had a few more close encounters, which were extremely exciting. We just woke up and we just heard a bull moose. It's about 7, I think, on the other side of the river. Well, it's slowly getting lighter, and we think there's a bull held up in a bush over here. Ryan thinks it is, but we haven't heard a response in a little while. Spotted some moose on the other side of the river. Turns out it was a cow, but it seems like she's trying to attract the bull that we heard, that I called in to mate. So we think if we go closer to her, the bull will come that way. 380, we gotta get closer. Wait, that's a bull. That's a bull on our side. So we see a bull is with those cows. We're just trying to get closer. My hands are freezing. It's freezing cold outside. Well, it might have taken off, I don't know. But finally a bull is answering to the calls, because the rut wasn't really on earlier. Well, we're gonna head back to camp. What an incredible sunrise. Amazing. Our trip ended a little early when the boat's intake plugged, leaving us to paddle and pole the last few kilometers out.
The entire jet here has completely come off. It's nice to have somebody who's mechanically inclined on these adventures. But this thing, despite everything that we're doing on this trip, we just went over the wrong kind of mud and it sucked it right in and clogged it. So he's having to disassemble the entire thing out here.
So this is the water pump right here. I'm gonna pull that apart. There's all this, see all this mud here?
Yeah.
I think that's what's stopping it from. It's still pumping a bit,
Right.
but hopefully we clear this out and it pumps solid and we have a nice easy ride home tomorrow. If you are doing this type of trip, it's worthwhile investing in some really long oars and putting good oar locks in your boat. Like right here, right now, this is the first time this has ever happened to me. The Yukon 15 years, done tons of rivers, and I've never had a boat fail where I haven't been able to fix it. So now we're paddling it out, and I really regret not having like really big whitewater oars.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that would be just a game changer, right?
Yeah, because you could just stand up in the middle and oar while everyone's drinking coffee, listening to music.
And turn and steer and everything. Like this thing would be like, if we could probably make it down the rapids, no problem, if we had something like that.
And it'd be good for moose calling too.
Right.
Because you could be oaring along, you don't have to worry with an electric motor running out of battery or taking out a prop. So that's a learning for me.
Yeah, all in, I'm feeling good that with the outcome of this. Sad that I didn't get an animal, but at the end of the day, that's not necessarily the only thing hunting is about. To me, it's much more, and probably because I passed up that shot on the first bull, I got all these other learning opportunities down the road that we wouldn't have gotten if I'd shot that one. And you know, maybe long run I'll get more healthy moose meat for my family long term because of what I learned there. So I think it was a smart decision. Anyways, I'm really looking forward to getting back home to see Tori and the kids and start planning for the next adventure.
After hurting my knee on the Grand Canyon in June, the first trip I'd canceled was a moose hunt I'd booked for October. Deep in the interior of Newfoundland, I knew I'd be putting a lot of miles on my boots, and through rough country too, especially if I had to pack out a moose. So I thought it just wasn't going to happen on a bad knee. Brian had already invited me to do the Yukon river hunt, and we applied for a special guiding license. To be honest, I didn't think we were going to get it, but then we did. Talking to Ryan, I said, I don't know if I can do this on my knee, but he assured me there'd be no long packouts. Then, by the time we got to mid-September, my knee had recovered enough to go, and that's why I'd said yes, planning the Wolf River trip to double up on adventures while spending time in the Yukon. It was while I was in Whitehorse, prepping for my Yukon moose hunt, that the Newfoundland outfitter I'd been working with called me up and told me he had a couple October dates. I said perfect, looking forward to it, but I was thinking he meant for the following year. That turned out to be a significant oversight. The day I got home from the Yukon, I got a text from Jamie, my buddy who'd be guiding me out in Newfoundland. It said, looking forward to seeing you next week. Next week, I thought. I called the outfitter and figured out quickly what I'd done. I looked at my wife and she said, just go. So I went. Knee still not 100%, but doing much better. And the next thing I knew, I was flying into the interior of Newfoundland on a helicopter, headed for a remote moose camp.
Here we go.
Hey Jamie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
I made it.
Good to see you, buddy.
How you been?
Good, buddy.
Good, good.
Well, we made it into camp. This is Southwestern Outfitters Caribou Lake Camp here. Beautiful lake, mountains all around, and definitely looks like moose country. And more or less, we're just getting settled in today. And then Jamie and I are gonna be hunting this surrounding country for the week. Definitely looks very moosey. Hoping that my knee holds up. I heard it back when I did the Grand Canyon and really haven't been able to do much hiking or much leg exercises despite all the adventures I've done, but it's feeling pretty good. So hopefully it can take the weight of a moose, which we might have to pack out a significant distance.
Here we are on the boat. We got a beautiful morning here in interior Newfoundland, and we're going moose hunting. Got my buddy Jamie, Newfoundland guide extraordinaire, a couple other hunters here, and we're getting dropped off at a spot, so we should have about a 5-minute boat ride, and we're gonna start putting some miles on our boots, doing some calling, see if we can't have any luck today. All right guys, good luck, eh?
We're gonna skirt this ridge line. Keep the noise down to a max. So it's a beautiful day, there's no wind. Moose could hear us a mile away, so get up on a couple ridges, call, see what we can get, come out, work our way on up the bottom Rocky Pond, see what's going on.
Right on. Jamie and I head up on top of the snaking esker, and we walk along this esker for, I don't know, probably close to a mile and set up.
Beautiful morning. We're just walking along an esker here. Very, very beautiful country. Little ponds all over the place, and nice sunrise. Looks like we're gonna have a good day weather-wise. This is the last week anyone's been hunting out of this lodge, so we gotta go a bit deeper to get into some better hunting, which means more opportunity, but a much further pack out. I say it's worth it though.
They're battling over mates and stuff like that, and it's just about the best time to hunt because you can attract a bull by mimicking a cow call.
We hiked a ways after getting dropped off in the boat, and
posted up in a spot that we think might have some moose around. We're just doing some calling. Jamie's more experienced by far than me, and he's just kind of reminding me you really got to get the sound out there, project. You want to hear it echo, and try to get something that might be far away to come in, so good thing to remember.
Sure enough, before too long, we see some moose.
Two moose. Coming into the call. Buddy's looking right at him. Yeah, two from there. See them? Oh yeah. Oh no, that's a wolf. Yeah, that is. And he's coming. We already see a young bull just on the ridge over here. We've been glassing for maybe 20 minutes at the most, and can't get a good size on him. He looks like a good moose to me. Good eating. Good, very good eating. Very good. Not too tough like the bigger ones. So if we can get him in, I think I'm gonna take him. What do you think, Jamie?
It's your choice, it's your hunt, but eating in the fridge is better than none.
Yeah.
If he comes.
So he's got a cow with him, so we're looking at two moose right now. He's got a cow with him, so it's very hard to get them to break away from that cow to come to our cow calls. So we don't know if he's gonna come this way regardless. 377. Yeah, that's too far, I think, for me, buddy. Unless I had a fucking table. Yeah, he's a little too far. He's almost 400 yards away, so.
He's looking hard.
He's staring right at us.
Giving that a real good call. Just to see what happens. Remember, there's always a learning experience for the guide, too.
Exposed here, I gotta be still.
Yeah, I know. If the opportunity's here, I think you should take it.
At the end of the day, the meat is gonna be better. And that's why my wife lets me come do this stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
He's gonna be pissed if it's chewy now. Trust me.
That ruddy, big ruddy bull.
Yeah.
Yeah, there he is. Take a shot whenever you feel like you got a good one. Hit him again, Jim. Hit him right through the trees if you got a sight on him. Did he fall?
Yeah, went down. You hear that?
I heard something, yeah. It sounded like he went down. Young bull, good eating, buddy. Good eating. base of that tree there. That's where I saw him go down anyway. There, look, see him move behind the tree in there? Oh, watch out, Jim, because he might jump up. I don't know how good you got him. Just put your scope up, look at the base there.
You saw him move for sure.
Oh, I saw him move, yes sir.
Then as we approached, I saw some motion and I went to put another shot into it and it's actually a dud. My bullet was a dud, so I racked another round and I shot it from about 50 yards through the neck, and you know, it was done straight away. You
Right here, I got it. Primer truck.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah. Send that back. Give free box.
Can you?
Oh, I would.
It's about $70 or more for a
I
box.
know.
Eh?
See,
That's my last shot, by the way. I don't have any more on me.
Well,
should I go get another one?
I think you did them.
You think so?
Yeah. We'll have to do the Viking kill if.
Big animal by the time you get close to it. It is huge, and this is a small moose. Just to give you an idea of the size of these animals, they can get really big.
You know what, Jamie? I'm very happy with this moose. I already moose hunted for a week in the Yukon, passed up a shot on a bull like that, had a lot of hunting experience.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you know, it's not going to be as hard as a pack out.
You don't have to rip your leg apart.
Exactly, yeah. Got a moose, buddy. We did it. That happened pretty quick, eh?
West Outfitters, boys.
That's right.
Good guides here.
Yeah, good guides. Good clients.
Good clients, good guides. Just a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, that was a great hunt, man. I don't think there's such a thing as a small moose that's not even, you know, like this is a lot of meat on this thing. Whenever I harvest something, I like to just say a quick few words and just thank the animal and then kind of tell it why I killed it and just what I'm going to do with it. And in this case, I'm going to use the hide. I'm going to make a really cool soft leather skin and going to feed it to my family. Good healthy food for my family. So all right, well now we get to work.
Jamie's a lot faster at quartering the animals than I am, but you know, I take a back strap off, take a tenderloin off. I decide that we're gonna skin this whole thing. So Jamie and I skin the whole thing out. I'm gonna take the hide home and I'm gonna make, I'm gonna tan it into nice leather as well.
That is gonna be delicious. We got one Newfoundland moose back strap. Medium rare, please. The only thing is we tagged out on the first day, but you know, I do have also a bear tag. And so this moose, I'm still gonna have some freezer space because it's not a massive moose. So we might get out and kind of explore the country a bit and potentially get a bear as well and get, you know, quite a bit more meat on a bear too, and the hide as well. I'm gonna save the hide on this one. It's not gonna be too big for me to tan. If you watched my other video there, that brain tanned a very nice buckskin, and it's a labor of love, but the results are very satisfying. So yeah, next part is a lot of work. We're gonna pack this thing back to the boat and travel back to camp with it, and you know, we're gonna head out into the country tomorrow, so the fun is far from over.
So on our way back for the second load, I saw up in front of Jamie a caribou right on the trail. And it sort of, you know, tucked behind some bushes, and it was right downwind of us. And I thought, well, it's probably gonna spook before we get close to it. Well, sure enough, we got close to it and it was right there. And instead of walking the opposite way, it walked right up to me. And to be honest with you, I was a little nervous. This thing was close to me, under 15 yards away from me. It kind of stopped and looked at me for a bit and decided to trot off the other way. And then I watched it heading down the esker and up another hill, and just an absolutely gorgeous sight. What an incredible day that was. Hunting like that, being successful, calling in a bull, seeing the caribou, traveling on the lake by boat, just very, very special.
Yes, 2 trips. Did it.
And there it was. My trip felt like it was almost over. And I'm like, that was an amazing chopper ride and hang out and then hunt.
Come fall, I stuck closer to home. I tackled the challenging job of reaching our remote cabin by ATV for the first time in order to close it up for the winter. I got out deer hunting along a stretch of remote river we accessed by freighter canoe. Then the snow came and the lakes froze up, and my first winter trip this year was a small one, but a meaningful one.
Attaboy. Okay, pull me. Pull, walk. Oh, oh. Okay, you try to pull. You try to pull me. Attaboy. Pull harder.
I headed out with my 4-year-old son Hudson to teach him some survival skills and have some fun.
Yeah.
We trekked into a stand of red pine with only basic gear in tow, and we started shoveling snow into a large pile.
We're here.
Why?
I think this is a good place to make a campsite. We're gonna make a big pile and then we're gonna tunnel into it.
Look how big this could be.
Oh wow, that's huge.
You need more snow, just push your handle.
The plan, build a Quincy, a snow cave.
It needs to be that big?
Way bigger.
Okay.
We're getting somewhere with this pile. And you're being really helpful, honey.
These going to take a second.
There you go. Oh, sorry.
Right.
We piled it up, let it sit, and then dug out the inside of it.
All right, buddy. I think that's good. What do you think?
Yeah. Is that how North is going to get in?
We're all going to get in through here.
With that tiny thing?
Yeah, through this door. It's going to be a big cave on the inside. Uh-huh.
I'll tell you something.
So I'm sticking these sticks in, and that way when I'm on the inside digging, when my fingers hit the sticks, on about that thick, the walls, because the snow is pretty light.
When we... So...
Because you'll... Okay, now your job is, all the snow that I throw out here, you get rid of it.
How?
I'll just put it back in the woods or put it on either side of the door.
I'm not. I'm just putting back and watch.
Okay. I think we're done, bud. You wanna go check it out? It's so good in there, bud. It's the perfect size. We could have built it bigger if we had time, but we didn't. But we built it just the right size. A little smaller is warmer usually.
Why?
Because there's less space to heat. Okay, go in there. What do you think?
I'll get you both cool too. I'll get I got you Velcro.
Thanks, bud. Is that cool or what?
Yes. It's so cool. A little too cool.
Too cool?
Yes.
All right, well, let's get set up so we can sleep in there.
Or Daddy.
We did it. We built it.
What impressed me most was Hudson. He shoveled snow, he hauled firewood on the toboggan, he worked, and that's pretty rare for a 4-year-old.
All right, good job, bud. That was awesome. Dude, you're such a tank. You're so strong. That was wicked. Look at all that wood, bud.
We lined the floor with a buffalo hide. Dinner that night was moose sausages and bannock cooked over the fire.
Want that tiny one?
Uh-huh.
That's mine.
Okay.
No, it's boy.
Big bite. Dinosaur bite, come on. Right? Is that good? Yeah.
That's really good.
So we're making bannock here. I actually brought it for breakfast, but Huddy really wanted to try it. So it's just basically flour, a little bit of butter as a fat, water, baking powder, a little bit of salt.
And poop!
No, there's no poop in it.
I'm just saying that as a funny
And
joke.
then mix it. Just gonna cook it on the end of a stick.
Cool.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah. You put that around.
That's right.
I didn't know that.
You like it?
Yeah. Okay, now can you take over?
Yeah.
Take over your dad. Okay. That's tiny fire.
Okay. There we go. Look at that. Bannock cooked on a stick.
Ah.
How's that?
Good.
Mmm. That is yummy.
Can you take my boots off?
Yeah. Okay, let's get your sleeping bag out. What are your thoughts on our shelter, on our snow shelter? We are snuggled in here. I got Huddy in double sleeping bags and a wolf fur.
2 sleeping bags. 1, 2. 2 sleeping bags. One's good to -18, one's good to -30. And this wolf belt, well, it's good to -infinity, I guess. Come on, North. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. Lie down. Lie down, North. Lie down. Lie down, North. Lie down.
The temperature dropped to about -25 that night, but inside the Quincy, we were warm.
Is it a nice day out there?
I'll show you what got snow.
Oh, a lot of snow out here. We slept in a snow fort, bud.
Yeah, it was cool.
That was cool.
The next morning, the moisture in the snow had frozen up and the walls of the Quincy held both of our weight as we climbed on top of it.
Dad, wait!
Whoa.
Wait for me. Thank you.
Hey?
Ah!
Well, that gives you an idea how strong these things are. You know, once you dig up all that snow and the moisture trapped into the snow freezes up in the walls. I mean, the walls aren't even particularly thick, and it held my weight and Huddy's weight and didn't even budge.
Whoa!
We then headed out for a little ice fishing before packing up and heading home. From there, I jumped on the skidoo and pointed towards Ontario's Haliburton Forest. In Haliburton, I'd winter camp and meet up with my buddy Steve to do some ice fishing. I was chasing a trout trifecta, hoping to catch the native Haliburton gold lake trout, as well as rainbow trout and brook trout. But I didn't know that when we headed out, I actually had a chance at a grand slam.
Oh yeah. Jim is on again, and I think he's got a good fish here.
It's huge, bud.
It was about noon when I pulled into the Haliburton Forest base camp. Snow was coming down hard and it was unseasonably warm, right around freezing. The kind of day where it's hard not to sweat when you're dressed for winter.
Okay, so just unloaded my sled here. We're at the Haliburton Forest with my buddy Steve. He is a trout fishing guide extraordinaire, so I think I'm in good hands. I got my dog North here, and I'm gonna be winter camping in my hot tent, and we're gonna be slamming some trout. We're hopefully gonna be able to get into some specks, some rainbow, and some Lakers. We'll see. Time's a little pressed today, so hopefully we get some fish on the ice. We're gonna hit the trails and get out there and start slamming some trout.
After jigging with no action, a set line finally went off.
Oh, there he is. He's on. Go get him. Go get him. Where's my pole?
I ran for the rod and slipped, likely losing the fish in the process.
Jim's on the jacker.
Lost it.
No. Oh, he kicked it.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
Ah.
So all of a sudden we saw the jaw jacker going crazy, and I came in and accidentally slid out and fell, and I think that might have affected my ability to get the fish. But there's fish here, and that's exciting.
We jigged a bit longer and then moved down the lake, where we cut a large rectangle in the ice with an ice saw to set up a pop-up shelter over it. The plan was to come back and try sight fishing, something I'd never done through the ice before.
You're sitting there watching your sled. What are you doing? Yeah, because I was like,
whoa, look at that.
Okay. The best thing to do is to take the far side, is to push one side down. There we go. And then push from the other side and just put it right under the hole. We're trying to get it straight. Jimbo, if you meet that corner, can you turn it?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. There we are. Now straight. You just freaking get rid of that.
See you later.
Bye,
Look
buddy.
at that. Nice trick.
That kind of center dish. And look at this widescreen, man. HD freaking speck fishing, buddy.
With little light left, we jumped on the sleds and rode hard to the lake where I planned to camp. Steve's a local and even guides fishing trips in the area, so when it came down to the question to stay or go, I trusted his judgment.
Okay, well, this is our new spot. We have minutes before dark, and we're gonna see if we can't get lucky. We're fishing the legendary Hali Gold lake trout. It's endemic, it's not a stock species, and it's a beautiful native strain of lake trout that is golden in color.
For those of you at home who've never heard of it, it's an endemic species, but it's a glacial relic. They got left behind with the glaciers.
Oh, okay.
They're beautiful.
Oh,
yeah, but
here
right
we go.
off the hop.
We battled deep slush and drilled a few holes, but on the first drop of my lure, I landed a nice eating-sized lake trout, a unique native strain known as the Haliburton Gold.
So there we go, Hali Gold, baby. Came, saw, conquered.
Incredible.
Look at those fins.
Are they beautiful?
They're absolutely gorgeous. What a beautiful fish.
It's the only place in the world where this trout exists.
And you know what? I think this is my first Hali Gold.
Beautiful, man.
There's the gold colored fins, big fork tail. You can tell for sure it's a laker.
I kept it for dinner and we rode off to camp. It was almost pitch black by the time we arrived at my campsite, but Steve stuck around to help me set up my canvas wall tent.
Boom. Gotcha. I gotta change my angle. Yeah, go for it.
I thanked Steve for his help and watched him ride off into the night, headed for home. That night in my tent, I cooked up a surf and turf of moose steak, fresh trout, and broccoli on the wood stove. Then I turned in for a well-earned rest. By morning, temperatures had dropped from just above freezing to minus 25 Celsius. Before long, Steve rode back into camp.
There he is. Now I gotta try to reverse out of here.
But my snowmobile wouldn't move.
Norris, come here, buddy. Yeah, your track is frozen now.
The slush from the day before had frozen solid in the track.
We should have thought to remove it.
We chipped ice, rocked the machine, and eventually freed it up.
Yeah, you did it. Yeah.
Thanks to the Scandic's power, we were rolling and headed out for day 2. We rode for about 45 minutes to reach a remote brook trout lake. The weather had completely turned, and such a fluctuation in weather isn't usually great for the bite.
Fast scan. Okay, we're not going here. There he is. Yeah.
Oh!
No!
Oh!
No!
It broke.
No! Oh!
I lost a fish early.
Still on?
I don't know. I see the hook on the side. There it is. There it is. Yeah!
Yes!
Little one.
First speck of the day.
First speck of the day. We're
Maybe
doing
a little
it.
small, but you know,
Should we throw it back?
could be an eater.
I think we should keep it.
All right, let's eat it then.
I just absolutely love these small ones personally. They're such good eating. Yeah.
All right.
Not long after, things got interesting.
Oh yeah, there's a good one.
Come on. Yes. He's peeling it out.
Jigging a Williams W20 spoon, I hooked into a big fish.
Take your time. Just get his head in there and I'll help you.
Using 6-pound tests, I was a little outgunned, and the fish ran out my drag every time I got it near the hole.
Dude, that is a
Tank.
That is a tank. He's biting him. I'm with you. I don't have color yet. There's a leader. There's a leader.
He's a good size.
It's a good trout, man.
Oh! I try to get his head through here.
Once I even brought it up backwards and its tail was sticking out, but we just didn't want to grab it out of fear we'd lose it.
You let me know if you need a hand.
Yeah,
There he is.
there's his tail.
Oh, you got it backwards though.
It's a laker, eh?
You know what? I wonder if that's an old stock splake.
Maybe.
Dude.
Looks like maybe a splake.
No
yeah.
one's caught a splake in this lake as far as I know in years.
So I could see the fish was likely a splake, a brook trout and lake trout hybrid that wasn't even supposed to be in this lake, and it was a big one too.
Hear that drag? How smooth that is?
Yeah.
When he took all that line. I saw, actually we saw his tail.
Yeah.
Was it forked?
Yeah, it looked like a splake kind of to me, but
Okay.
oh!
It was the leader again. He got you on the ice.
What the fuck? It wasn't even touching the ice. Oh, god damn it.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker, buddy. That's a heartbreaker. That was a monster.
Unfortunately, after a battle royale, the fish won, which was devastating.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
That was a big trout, dude. Oh, I'm so sorry, brother.
Well, absolute heartbreaker. Just lost an absolute tank there. It was running up my drag and everything, and what a battle royale. And we had the tail right up, but didn't get the head through. Yeah, I don't know why the line even broke.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
What happened there, dude?
I'm not sure.
At the time, I thought the line had snagged on something under the ice, like a stick or a rock.
All I can think of is that because it's shallow here, yeah, there's a stick down there.
But it wasn't until that night, when I was reviewing my underwater footage in my tent, that I realized the fish had wrapped the line around the underwater GoPro selfie stick itself and snapped it clean off. Devastating.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Nice one.
You got him?
Yeah.
Jim is on again, and I think he's got a good fish here.
It's huge, bud. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's big.
Yeah, dude.
Like, unless I'm stuck on a log or something?
That's what that looks like.
I might be stuck on a log, dude.
It might.
No, it's a fish.
That is a fish, man.
Yeah.
I just saw him bow.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Is that a fish?
Did that big splake follow you over, Jimbo?
Is that a fish, dude?
That looks like a log to me. You caught a whole rock.
What the hell?
Dude, you caught a whole rock.
Then, we finally returned to the big sight fishing hole. But the water clarity was terrible. Steve had done a sight fishing thing a couple weeks back in the same spot, and the visibility had been great. Whatever caused the change in the water clarity, we don't know. With no luck there, we headed back to camp. Steve stayed for dinner, and we cooked up a proper feast over the fire. We started with the trout as an appetizer, and it was delicious.
Here you go, buddy. You want that?
Yeah, dude. Hook the brother up.
This is a pretty good appetizer, eh?
Right?
Could use about 4 times more of this, though.
Yeah.
That was followed with venison tomahawk steaks that Steve harvested and butchered himself.
Oh, I've been thinking about these all day.
Buddy. Nailed it.
And then we cooked up some chunky moose steaks. Wow, it was delicious.
What's this cut? Do you know where this came from? Like the ham, back ham?
Round.
Yeah, the round. All right, brother, see you in the morning.
Yeah.
Then Steve headed home and North and I settled in for the night. Soon, Steve was back and we had one goal left, the trifecta. All I needed was a rainbow trout. We rode into a beautiful rainbow trout lake and set up in a small bay.
All right, here we are. Next spot. We're going for the troutfecta, the trifecta, which is lake trout, brook trout, and rainbows. We'll see what we can do here.
It didn't take long.
Oh!
You get a hit?
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
A small rainbow hit the ice and I'd done it.
Yeah! Yeah, the troutfecta! Woo!
Yes! That was
Look
going
at
to be
that.
for Huddy, huh?
Absolutely.
Huddy's going to be eating that one.
What a beauty.
Yes!
My first ever ice fishing trifecta.
Not an absolute tank, but a very nice eating size. And look at the colors on that thing. That's coming home.
The clouds cleared, the wind died, And even though it was cold, I could feel the sun's warmth. It had become a perfect winter day. Back at camp, I said goodbye to Steve and packed up quickly so I could get home to the family.
Good boy.
Back in 2017, my brother Ted and I won season 4 of Alone, but it had been a while since I'd taken on any raw survival trips. I usually keep these skills sharp as backup in case something goes sideways on one of my bigger adventures. With how much I've been traveling by snowmobile, I started thinking, snowmobiles break sometimes. What would happen if mine did, miles out in the deep cold? So I decided to find out. A simulated breakdown, just me, alone in the bush.
Well, there could be worse places to break down. At least I'm not in the middle of the lake, and I have a survival kit on me. First thing I'm gonna do though is get a fire going and get a shelter built.
With the wind howling across the lake, I headed back into the bush, searching for shelter. Somewhere flat, protected, and out of the wind is what I was looking for. As the light drained from the sky, I finally found a spot. And with very little time left, I had my work to do. Even though this was planned, I was still a little nervous. I knew I didn't have much light left. I grabbed the small survival kit I brought. Snare wire, paracord, a ferro rod, fishing line, and a couple of lures pretty much rounded it out. I had one small pot, a sleeping bag, basic cutting tools, and 2 cups of bannock mix as an emergency ration. With limited time and energy, I decided my effort was better spent building a thick bough bed to insulate me from the frozen ground rather than worrying too much about fully roofing the shelter.
Well, this is where I'm sleeping for several nights. Pretty good though. I'm glad I did the extra work to build up that bed. I have like a thin foam ground pad, but it's not enough even close. But I'm gonna go back to my snowmobile and bring over the rest of my stuff, get a fire going, get warm. That's my clothes, sleeping bag, ground pad. I did bring a sleeping bag and some extra clothes. If this was like, if my skidoo had actually broken down, I might not have a spare pair of clothes, and my base layers are wet, so I'd have to dry myself out over the fire for a long time in order not to have hypothermia. But this is basically what I have here to survive off of, is that kit.
I chose a remote lake in the Temagami region, far enough that I couldn't just bail out to a cabin or truck if things got uncomfortable. So I wanted to challenge myself, not just to practice survival skills, but to see how I'd actually respond if everything went wrong.
Well, now I have to do something that does not bring me joy out here in the cold, and that is swap out my base layer. I'm not going to swap out my feet base layer, my legs, but if you have an extra base layer, better have 3 for backup, and you have a good axe and saw and a way to make a fire, you can go and sweat right through, and just as long as you can switch your base layer and spend a couple hours drying your clothes around the fire every night, you'll be good to go. So people saying don't sweat in winter, it's true, but it's more like if you're in the Arctic and you sweat, you die because you can't make a fire. Chilly willy. Nice dry base layer. This will help me sleep so much warmer. That's on. Oh, I just knocked like 1,000 pounds of snow off my hat into the inside of my new dry base layer. Blew it. So this is my Columbia Labyrinth Loop hooded jacket, and I really like to layer up when I'm doing this. So I have a puffer, I have this jacket, I have a down vest, and I have my anorak, and under that I have a sweater and a base layer. So that's good to like -40, but you feel a bit like the Michelin Man. So when I'm moving around, I just wear my anorak and like a sweater under, and when it gets to be this time of night, I start layering up again a bit more, because the temperature is really dropping right now. So I might actually just sleep in this, I'm not sure. One of the things I'm always amazed with when I do these things is how dehydrated I get. I can already feel my feet getting kind of spasmy. Well, hopefully the wind doesn't pick up. If it does, it'll blow all the heat out of my sleeping bag. And I'm gonna get very cold because this shelter doesn't have any way to block the wind. And anything you can do to block the wind makes a huge difference. But if it doesn't stay windy, if it doesn't get windy, I think I'll be okay. I got a decent thickness of boughs here. I don't have an inflatable ground pad, but I mean, who's carrying one of those around with them all the time? So hopefully I'll be okay and that cold doesn't get up from the ground. But I think so far so good. I'm not feeling particularly hungry. It's got to be oh geez, for sure -20 right now. It snowed quite a bit last night. I had a pretty warm sleep. I just let the fire die out, and my lean-to definitely blocked some of the snow, which is good, because if that snow fell on my sleeping bag, my body heat would have warmed up that snow and it would have melted while I was sleeping. I might just head out there and try to fish this morning without like lighting the fire or anything. Just get some warmer clothes on and go out and see if I can catch a fish.
Without an auger, getting through the ice was going to be tough, but I had a trick up my sleeve. I cut a stout pole, sharpened one end, and carved a deep groove into the butt. I then wedged my fixed blade knife into the groove and lashed it tightly with paracord.
I chose a knife that has a very narrow handle. I slid the handle into the groove and lashed it shut. And that is how I'm hoping to get through the ice here today to catch a fish.
I chose a spot I figured would be around 30 feet deep, which is a good depth for ice fishing lake trout. The chisel worked better than I expected. It was still hard work though, but thanks to the deep insulating layer of snow, the ice wasn't as thick as I thought it would be.
This is what I have to fish with here. So tube jig, it's got a weighted hook in it, jig head, a small spoon, and a large spoon. All I have is this stick and this line here. This is Berkeley Trailing 20-pound fluorocarbon.
I tied on a lure and dropped my line. I was happy to see it was the right depth range for lake trout, and relieved I didn't need to chip another hole.
Well, we got a pretty heavy snow falling right now.
The weather couldn't make up its mind. Sun, clouds, snow, wind, calm, then sun again. Rapidly changing barometric pressure isn't ideal for fishing, but quitting wasn't an option either. Eventually, I moved further up the lake near the base of a narrows where I suspected there might be some current. After chiseling through the ice again, I fished for hours.
Yeah, it's just after noon right now. Morning bite window's over. I don't know what the weather's gonna do. It looks like some pretty scary looking weather moving in here, but we have sun over here, so I don't know, we might get some heavy snow. Tough to say, but I should probably cut my losses here with fishing and head back to the shelter, maybe eat some of the food I did bring and go look for rabbit sign, come back and fish in the evening. I'll give it another 15-20 here though. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah! Woo! At the 11th hour. Woo! Oh man, and my hook just came out of it too. Yes. Woo! Well, I am glad I never gave up. That's pretty close to calling it quits. That's pretty good. Chiseled through the ice with a pole with a knife on it and just caught this with what I could find in my survival kit. That is a good amount of food. That's probably, geez, probably at least 3 pounds. So I decided that I'm gonna eat my lake trout now, give myself a little bit more energy. I haven't eaten anything since, you know, before I even started riding out to this general area yesterday on my sled. So I've been, you know, I've gone, geez, let's see, probably about 34 hours without a bite to eat. The only way to cook a fish like this is to boil it. So I don't have any seasoning, and believe it or not, when you're this hungry, it doesn't taste bad. Just boiled fish stew, and you don't lose any of the nutrients. So that's how I'm gonna cook this thing. I'm basically just gonna cut it up and boil it in chunks and just eat those chunks and drink all the water. After this, it'll be cedar tea, which is delicious, and it's loaded full of vitamin C. So that's how you can prevent getting scurvy, is by making tea out of cedar needles. Ted and I drank a lot of that every day on alone. And I'll cook the head and everything. The head will all fall apart, and I'll eat the brains and the cheek. And It'll add nutrients to the broth as well. A lot of fat in the water actually, which is great. Look at that. Freaking delicious. It's really good. Eat all the skin. Look at this, huge chunks of meat coming right off it. When I was on Algoma, I found a taste for like fish brains and stuff. Let's try this broth. Fishy.
I saved a little trout for later, strapped on my snowshoes, and headed into the bush with snare wire in hand, hoping to find some rabbit sign. The winter woods were beautiful, and I covered a lot of ground in a wide loop.
Beautiful walk through the woods, only thing is there's no rabbit sign anywhere. Sometimes when clumps of snow fall off the tree and lands on the ground, it can look like rabbit prints, but it's not. So I'm looking for like some established trails, and unfortunately I've already walked really far. Good thing about the winter is that you can just follow your footprints back as long as they don't get blown over or snowed over. You know, it's good to have snares out because they're working for you when you're not. Whereas fishing, I need to sit there and actively jig. But in this area, there's a food source that takes relatively small amount of energy right off my campsite. So I don't know if really walking this far to look for rabbit signs makes sense. But I've made it this far and I'm gonna continue going for it. You never know, it might be just around the next corner. Got something here. They're old, but they look like rabbit prints. Well, this is the best lead I have yet. The bay's right there, I can see it. I kind of wanted to bust out into the opening there and see the beautiful sunset, but looks like we have some rabbit prints here. So I think the best bet right now is to follow them. They're definitely old though. I saw some prints, but it turned out to be marten. Anyways, maybe I should head back, call this a bust. I really wanted to try snaring some rabbits out here, man, but I guess that's how she goes. Just been drinking straight lake water, just from the ice hole. It's out a ways. It's a winter. Highly doubt I'm gonna get giardia. Dump all this Hispanic powder mix in here. So this is basically baking powder, a little salt, and flour. We'll call it a good golden brown. I just finished cooking the bannock.
I went to get up just to throw some more wood on the fire, and I had a crazy bad leg spasm. I just got some cedar tea on the fire. I'm gonna drink all that and just basically try to hydrate myself before going to bed, because those spasms, oh my God, you're writhing in pain, like screaming in pain. And I just have to like try to meditate for it to pass, which is not easy. Well, I think I'm gonna call it a night though. Finish up the cedar tea and fall asleep. Snowed last night quite a bit. Looks cold out there. I woke up to snow dumping on my face, so I tucked deeper into my shelter, and yeah, fortunately the bow roof I put on yesterday made all the difference, and I'm not covered in snow. I'm quite protected, so that's good. I probably should have gotten up a while ago, but I've just lied here all snuggly like. So I'm gonna head out there, see if I can catch something. Well, here's the hole I chiseled yesterday. Wow, must have been cold last night. Oh man, it's gotta be below -20 out this morning. Like, easily. I was feeling the cold coming through my sleeping bag. And my hands had just been freezing all morning. Drinking right from the source. Walking over to an old skidoo trail, I found some old ice fishing holes that had frozen over. I decided to chisel here because I knew the ice would be thinner and easier for me to get through. I set this one like this. If I see it down, that means there's a fish on there. That took a lot of energy. Well, I've been out here for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Have not even gotten a bite. Oh, I'm so hungry. It's not a nice feeling. Well, I think that just about does it for me here. Maybe I'll come back and try a little later, but pretty discouraging. This is a fairly realistic sort of broken down in the middle of nowhere scenario. Really what I would do, I'd maybe have to spend one night in the bush, and then I'd probably walk out unless I was so far that there was no point. But if you're so far away that there's no point, you got to do this and wait for someone to get you. Nowadays, having some sort of satellite communication device, you know, even a radio or whatever, it's definitely the way to go. Well, hopefully this gives me the energy to cut wood, because that's important.
Hello, cedar tree. Do you mind if I take a couple of your needles to make a sweet, delicious, vitamin C rich tea? Oh, they're leaves? They're not needles? Well, I apologize. That's crazy. These are, I always thought they were needles. Thank you. Never know what you can learn from a cedar tree in the wilder. Honestly, the hydration has been my biggest challenge. Like, my piss is just like dark freaking yellow. I don't understand. I thought I've been drinking enough. And I had such a bad spasm from dehydration last night that I actually pulled a muscle, like just a minor pull, but I can tell, which is, I don't think ever happened to me before. Cedar tea. Tomorrow morning I'm basically gonna head out of here, so I think, you know, it's been a successful trip. I managed to build a shelter, keep fire going, get some food. Sometimes it's just luck of the draw, like not seeing any rabbits, not catching more fish and having to go hungry, but definitely I would have been able to survive out here. I just got a satellite text from Tori saying that yesterday evening it was minus 27. This morning when I woke up it was minus 31. So I'm dealing with some pretty cold temperatures, not the depths of the polar vortex that we had about a week ago, but very, very cold temperatures. So I'm doing okay out here. That's it for me. Very chilly sleep for me last night. Oh man, I don't think I really slept actually. Just cold getting through. I don't know if my sleeping bag's damp or if it was like minus 40 out, but I barely slept. Hopefully my snowmobile starts. Well, my machine started, which was awesome, and as soon as it turned on, the temperature came up minus 27 on the dash, which means, you know, probably about minus 35 last night. Anyways, yeah, I'm getting out of here.
Not long after surviving my survival stint at minus 40, I was on the move again, and this time I was heading north with my brother Ted. Before long, we were snowmobiling across the same lake my cabin sits on, but we weren't headed for the cabin this time. We were going back to the same chain of lakes Ted and I had canoed into the spring before, only now the country was buried under snow and ice.
Ted, stop!
With our hot tent and gear in tow, the plan was to spend a week in the bush, riding old portage trails, exploring trout lakes, and seeing what this place looked like in winter, hopefully with a few nice trout pulled through the ice along the way.
We made it! Well, this is the lake we were trying to get to, and it's not pitch black, but we gotta go find a campsite. We've actually been here canoeing before into this lake, so we think we have a decent idea where a spot is.
We made steady progress until the final bank riding up onto our campsite. I stopped a little short at the top, and Ted had to stop mid-hill behind me and buried his sled in deep snow.
I didn't realize you were stopping there. I don't know why. You told me you were going to. Well, I always said I was going to pull up to the right, so I thought you were going to pull up to the left of me. Yeah, I should have pulled up Yeah, all good, buddy.
Camp went up in the dark.
All right, so once these legs are on, yes. Oh, okay. Here, of course, I guess.
Good morning. Didn't get to bed till 1:30 in the morning because after we got set up, we got a fire going in the wood stove, we realized that this new stove wasn't burnt off enough. When you get a new wood stove, you have to light a fire in them outdoors and just burn off the coating that they put on the outside of the stove because it really smells. It's like a nasty oil burning smell. You do not want to breathe that in.
So yeah, just trying to burn off the stove here. Getting the machine started up, getting my one toboggan loaded with all the like survival gear and fishing gear we're gonna need when we're away from camp. Ted's buzzing up a little more wood and then we're out of here.
We rode to a nearby part of the lake where we'd had luck on a canoe trip there in the spring. After a while, we tried another spot.
What's around the corner if we're fishing around there?
Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe we go try in the Narrows. I mean, maybe they're out at 60 though. Maybe they're not in the shallow right now. You know what I think it is? I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is, why nothing's biting. Yesterday, blue skies, high pressure. Today, boom, low pressure. Every time you get a switch in barometric pressure like that, the bite shuts down for a bit and it's way harder. I think now what we're gonna do in this whiteout snowstorm is we're gonna go look for some firewood and then we're gonna try fishing closer to camp. But yeah, we're a little disappointed here on our first day, you know, no luck. So yeah, pretty concerning and disappointing. Hopefully we haven't come all this way to catch nothing but cold, you know? North, he is pretty awesome, man. He's such a good dog. North, are you a good boy?
By late afternoon, we'd headed back towards camp.
Well, maybe we should call it. Yeah, let's call it. Unfortunately, might have gotten some bites though. That's promising.
Would you want to do this together?
Cool. Well, that is all she wrote for today. Ted and I just hung out, chatted a bit. Now I got my bed laid out and we're looking to get up and fish hard tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going for brook trout or speckled trout. Anyways, gonna turn in and saw some logs.
Here trying to get into what we think is a good brook trout lake, and we don't know if there's going to be a trail broken into there or not. I have a print map, but I'm just using this GPS map app on my phone as well. It snowed quite a bit last night, clearly, and it warmed up, and the slush is bad. I'm actually towing a pretty heavy sled because I brought the pop-up shelter and a bunch of gear, so I'm having to pin it through like deep slush here on this lake. And we've come to the end where we were hoping there'd be a trail broke into this little secret brook trout lake we're trying to get into, but it looks like there's nothing here. I see maybe one old sled track that might have attempted. And then we got some sketchy conditions with the swamp and potentially some current out here. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe this is a no-go and we'll try to get in via another lake through the bush. So essentially I'm just gonna turn around. Looks like there's a creek coming in there. I can't, Ted, watch out! What the my toboggan's pushing me. Well, things were going good on this other trail, but we're coming down a steep downhill, and North was running beside Ted's sled, and Ted looked over at North for a sec and went off the trail into a soft patch and gently crashed into a tree. So he's stuck pretty good there. All is well, except his ski is bent up like 90 degrees there. So we're a little worried about that. But I think we can winch it out with my machine. So here is the winch now that I've mounted to the back. And then Ted has tied off the machine to the front. And he's tied that off to the tree. And that way, when I go to winch Ted out, it won't pull my machine. My machine will be tied off to the tree. So do I do it to the bumper, or can you do it to the hitch? I don't think so, eh? Yeah, maybe.
For bombing off the trail.
Yeah. It's alright, buddy. It's nobody's fault.
Connected and drive forward a smidge.
All right, and we're out. Thank God for the winch. That would have been a much crappier process without it. Well, it's looking like this mission is a bit of a bust, and we're starting to feel anxiety because like we haven't caught any fish yet, and we've been out here for quite some time now. But we're actually kind of having a blast other than that.
We're really worked up a sweat today though because of getting unstuck and walking up and down that hill. It's just very uncomfortable sweating so much. It looks like this mission is a bust and we can't get into this little secret back brook trout lake without, you know, just taking multiple days and getting stuck 1,000 times. So now we're on the fence. Where do we go? Like, you know, do we go back and try our spots from yesterday, or do we try somewhere closer to camp, and or do we take a long rip to another brooky lake? I don't know, but what do you say?
You know, I feel it could all work out perfectly.
It's gonna work out.
We'll be like, you know what? If we didn't do that and this hadn't happened, we wouldn't have caught the world record.
Right. But that being said, as of now, there is an area of fish on the ice for old Jim and Ted. Oh, perfect, bud. 18 feet deep here. That one will be perfect. Oh, got one?
Yep.
Yeah, Ted's on the board.
Oh, lost it.
You lost it?
I lost it.
Oh no, what happened?
No, Jim.
Well, Ted just lost one right at the hole. So there's fish here. Here we go, baby. Yeah, baby. Woo! Nice size. Great eating size. All right. That is a nice fish. That might be a little shore lunch, hey? Isn't that beautiful? So that is a splake, or a speckled lake, because it's a hybrid between a speckled trout and a lake trout. Awesome. That island there would be good. See that hill coming down?
After a bit more fishing, that's when my rod got ripped straight down the hole.
I just lost my entire rod down the hole. I was about to move and I saw the thing pulled, and I had this little bracket holding my rod. Ted showed me the bracket, and the fish pulled the whole rod down the hole. God damn it, we should have been paying attention. We were blabbing. Lost a rod. Fortunately, it was the shittiest rod we had. Unreal. Well, I'm gonna try to freeze this in now after what happened, and I have one that's a little more low lying. We're about to move, and now I'm just like, maybe we should not move.
We tried one more spot on that lake with no luck before moving through a chain of beaver ponds.
What's the weather supposed to be like tomorrow?
I feel like pretty warm, dude.
Overcast still?
I don't know.
Yep, Ted's got one. Take your time. Don't reel against your drag. No, let it run out. Oh, it's big. Yes, Ted, yes. Ted's fighting one. Come in close and try to get it at the hole there. Yes, buddy! It's a beauty fish. Yeah! Look at that. That's a great fish.
Baby! Laker. Last second of the day. Yes! All right. Came back. This is where we started fishing yesterday. So, you know, give it another shot. Amazing.
Laker, baby.
Laker.
Laker. right, Ted. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Sunny times. Nice last minute lake trout.
Cheers.
Cheers, man. Definitely did. They definitely put on. Try some fresh splake. Oop. Falls right off. Pre-cooked chicken fajitas with onion and red peppers. I'm just gonna put it into the water, let the water heat up. Little spill. So Ted and I are on another mission here, and we are coming through an area where there's a lot of current. We've been here by canoe again, and looks like somebody else has made it through here, so hopefully they have more knowledge of the area than us and we can follow their trail. What do you think, North? You fired up? Anyways, we gotta go get on some fish. See how I went off the trail there? At the beginning, the snow's not deep, but you just have to like pin it. Hey, Ted, stop! Ted, stop! Hey, come help!
I was gonna walk there! I don't want to park there!
Ready? One, two, three. Okay.
You don't want to go out here though. Yeah, reverse to where I am and go up.
Why?
Because it's an easier abrupt turn. This is going to keep trying to...
First over there.
This is going to keep trying to roll you.
I think it'll be okay, buddy. Just help me. Well, there was a really tight turn up this hill to avoid some open water and rolled my machine. So Ted came in to help me get it fixed. One more. One, two. Well, here we go. We made it. Yes, this is this beautiful big lake, just island studded everywhere, and a bit of a mission with me tipping my machine there, trying to do too tight of a corner, and we got out of that pretty quick. And we just rode through some beautiful country, just canyons and rushing current, a few sketchy ice areas we had to kind of skirt, and we got here, and we're looking forward to getting some lines in the water and seeing what we could catch. But Ted crashed his drone. So he's all bummed out because that's like, you know, it's a ride to get here and we want to hit that morning bite window. Now he's got to go searching for his drone in the woods, the poor guy. Battery 0%. Oh man. I thought I had 75% battery yesterday.
Looks like it's over here.
Ted found his drone.
It's just like boop, I'm like right on top of it and it's right there in the snow. Just
Dude,
like,
so when you hit the noise thing and I was at the sled, I swear I heard a beep. I thought it was coming from your remote over here.
it's not very loud. It's just like, and it was like has snow in the mic, so it's like.
Yeah, so I heard that beep. I should have known. Here we go, here we go. Yes, Laker. Lake trout. Leave it. Nice one. Nice little Laker here. But I'm gonna let this guy swim.
Back he goes.
Too small. And those are native species too, eh?
Yeah.
How is nothing hitting? Hard to believe that none of these minnows are getting any bites, eh?
All right. Is it burnt?
I don't know. It's always a guess when you cook it from frozen in tin foil. I don't know if I've ever done this before.
Fire out, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good, Ted. It's perfect. Look at that. Nice job, Ted. That's epic. Pretty tender, eh? It's like cooked like absolutely perfectly. Look at that. When you cook trout whole like this in tin foil, you're basically baking it and you're wasting nothing. Here we go, buddy. Take your time. Yeah! It's a nice one. Woo. That's a good keep, eh? Nice one. Yes, awesome. Fish on! Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Oh. Oh, oh. All right, there we go. Okay, there's a nice little guy. Oh yeah. Yes, buddy. Woo! Jig him out of there with the big Williams spoon. Look at that guy. Drop that back down the hole, and then that puts scent as it slowly sinks all through the water column.
After slower days, that steady action felt earned.
Well, the sun just came up and we have a beautiful sunrise out there. Red sky at morning, sailor take warning. Not sure what to make of it, but it sure is beautiful. For Ted, and I stopped by some holes not too far from camp. Stopped right in deep slush and couldn't get going because I'm pulling the toboggan there. We had to take an extra couple of minutes for Ted to pull me out. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah, we made it into the lake, found the trail. That's like 8 feet deep there, isn't that crazy? Yeah. Oh. Oh, snag. No. Stuck on a branch down here. Oh, yes. Well, it looks like that's all she wrote for this like really far rip. I had some local knowledge that people have caught in some tanks in this lake, but yeah, sometimes I guess the stars just don't align. Usually I do better with trout fishing, and I guess a lot of it can just be chalked up to luck, but the bite slowed right down here at midday. So anyways, we're gonna load up and ride back to another lake that's a couple lakes down from where we're camped, see if we can fish there and hit it when the bite starts picking back up.
Well, we're burning daylight here, no bites, so we're gonna move on. Couldn't be a better day. This is like, we're getting into the glory days of winter here, late February, early March, and this feels like that kind of day for sure. Just got bites. Yep. Oh, lake trout. Laker. I got one. There we go, Laker. Okay, it's our new spot. This is our last chance for the trip to catch something, so probably not gonna fish tomorrow morning, probably just peel out of here. So let's see if we can't get one on the ice.
Well, let's get out of here.
All right. Sometimes you do everything reasonably well and it just doesn't happen. During that trip with Ted, we'd scouted a key trail, one I knew was going to be a major piece of what was coming next. And what was coming next was a big one. This winter, my family and I set out on an ambitious journey to travel 500 kilometers by snowmobile from our front door in Magnetawan, Ontario, all the way to our remote cabin in northern Ontario's Algoma country. But the adventure wasn't easy. Along the way, we dealt with long days, rough trails, changing weather, trailside repairs, and even a medical scare. Through it all, we were driven by one goal: to link our home and our cabin by snowmobile and experience the land between them from a completely different perspective. This is the story of our adventure.
Well, here we go, baby. We are about to jump off on a 16-day trip, the whole family. We got everything loaded onto our 2 toboggans that we're gonna need for this 500-kilometer journey right from our house here in Magnetawan, Ontario, all the way to our remote off-grid cabin in northern Ontario's Algoma region, which is northwest of Elliott Lake. So we have 500 kilometers. We're gonna do it in 7 days. We're gonna be sleeping in rustic cabins nestled into the backcountry along the way, and winter camping with our hot tent and wood stove. And then we're gonna stay at our cabin for about 8 days on top of that. So we have an epic adventure. Planning that went into this trip was substantial. Tori and I had a custom kid carrier built for Wesley, which we just put on.
There you go. I could fit my whole backpack probably in there. It's perfect.
Yeah. Feeling a little nervous bringing the kids out here, but I think it should be an absolute blast, and I can't wait to start moving.
There he is.
Here we go. By noon, we were finally on our way. It was still cold, but a beautiful day, and it felt good to be moving. But we had a long way to go, and we're still feeling a little nervous.
Well, big beautiful lake. Rode here on a long, winding, narrow bush trail that actually Tori and I have never ridden before. And after we pass this lake, we're actually heading into a pretty remote area for a good portion of the trip. We're behind schedule, but the last stretch is lake riding. We don't exactly have a ton of light. Hey, Tori?
Well, it's only 3:30.
Soon, the tight bush trail wove us through the forest, taking us into a remote area with little development.
Which way do we go? That way or that way?
600 to 509 to 510.
600. Okay, Tori's navigating.
We pushed on until we reached the looring area where we navigated across a large frozen lake to find our first cabin with relative ease.
Well, let's go check this place out.
Huddy's already checking it out for us, making sure it's all good.
Here we go. Well, we made it to our first cabin and in pretty good time too, which feels great. We've got a nice fire going in the wood stove, full kitchen, electricity. So we're doing pretty good. Actually, I'm pretty proud of ourselves. Next, we're gonna have a nice meal and just enjoy hanging out in this beautiful spot.
Cozy and warm, we enjoyed a delicious meal prepared by Tori. That night, Tori noticed that Wesley's stomach around his G-tube looked infected. He just finished a cycle of antibiotics because of it, and it had looked fine before we left. Now, we were a little worried it hadn't fully healed. After breakfast, the daily chore of packing up, hauling bags to the toboggan, and meticulously loading and strapping everything down for another long day of travel began. Wesley's infection looked worse, though he didn't seem to be in any discomfort yet.
Snug as a bug.
So, while Tori had reception, she took a moment to email his doctor. Soon, Tori and I said goodbye to the cozy cabin and headed towards the French River. The trail took us through a long stretch of bush and across a large, desolate lake. After crossing the lake, we stopped for lunch.
Look at that. Fire that into you, bud.
I prepared a bunch of meals. I prepared all of our meals before this. You know, some yummy meals. But the problem is, I am about 8 weeks pregnant and in the peak morning sickness. I'm feeling pretty nauseous majority of the time. So while they eat burritos, I'm gonna eat a boiled egg, clementine, and maybe a pepperette. See if I can stomach that.
We tried to shake the worry of Wesley's infection while keeping focused on the trail ahead.
Well, we are taking a little break here at the side of the trail. Wesley's getting some food, Huddy's getting some hot chocolate. We still have, 65 kilometers to go today?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've more.
Done 30, I guess.
Yeah, so we've done 30, so we're about a third of the way there, but the trails are pretty good. Next part, we're gonna be on what's, more or less a road in the summer, so we should be able to go a little bit faster. Wesley's doing good out here, Buns. Don't be so stressed out. Yeah, see? He's doing good.
Everybody?
The route wound under the highway and along a narrow, beautiful stretch of trail. When Tori got reception again, the doctor confirmed Wesley needed another cycle of antibiotics.
Hello, could I just get your fax number for a prescription?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so the fax number, are you ready?
Yes.
Luckily, the prescription could be sent to a pharmacy not far from our destination that night.
And this might be a ridiculous question. Do you guys deliver prescriptions?
We do.
Oh, okay.
We'd have to set something up for that, but yeah, we do.
Okay.
Well, Wesley had an abscess in his G-tube and he got a round of antibiotics and it cleared right up, but now it started coming back. So Tori noticed it this morning and was able to talk to his contact at Sick Kids that said, oh yeah, sometimes you need 2 rounds of antibiotics. So we were able to get reception and rendezvous with Sick Kids and a small pharmacy in a town where we're going to be staying close to that can potentially deliver it to our Airbnb.
Crossed the Pickerel River Bridge, followed by a bridge over a branch of the French River, a spot we had paddled under as a family before.
We're here. Now we have to stop here. Stop, and we're home.
You are here.
Right there, bud. How much longer, Tori? Are we going to make it to the drugstore?
I hope so. We have to. So, let's go.
All right. Oh, thanks, Teddy.
Slowly, the forest thinned into farmland and we cut across a road onto a trail that led to Albin, a small town where the pharmacy was located. The pharmacy, however, was along a 2-lane highway that was just bare asphalt and was unsafe to travel with our snowmobiles and toboggans.
Hello, I called earlier in regards to a prescription for an antibiotic for my son, Wesley.
Okay.
We were just trying to figure out how we would get the prescription just because we are snowmobiling and we don't have a vehicle. But we are staying in Albin tonight and we were hoping we could potentially get it delivered.
Oh, no. Our delivery guy already came and gone.
Okay. So we'll have to figure out how to get up there.
Well, it's looking like we're going to have to drive a ways out of our way on roads to try to get Wesley's medicine, but maybe it'll work out. So hopefully we don't overheat.
But fortunately, just as time was running out, our Airbnb host happened to drive by and recognized it. She gave Tori a ride to the pharmacy while I turned the machines and toboggans around.
Well, that was crazy. Couldn't really film it because it all happened so fast, but the host to the Airbnb cabin we have tonight recognized us and gave Tori a list. We got Wesley's medicine and all as well. So now we're gonna ride the trails, jump on a road. We should be at our cabin in about 10 minutes. Here we go.
What are the odds that she's just driving by while we're sitting here waiting, like not while I'm already on the way or after we left, or you know what I mean? Like,
with the medicine in hand, all was well and we were back on track. By the end of the day, we'd traveled 95 kilometers in about 5 hours, which was roughly the average time we needed to travel each day of the trip. That night, our accommodations weren't a traditional cabin, but a rustic timber A-frame with spectacular views of the French River.
Well, we made it. Bit of a harrowing day in the end. We're looking right out over the French River, a little bit of snow falling, and a super cool A-frame here to call our home for the night. Look at this. It's Plus North.
amazing.
Well, we're here. We did it.
We settled in and I enjoyed a moose steak for dinner and later jumped in the hot tub with Huddy to reflect on the day.
Look,
Good job.
look how beautiful is it?
Oh, wow. Oh my God, that's so beautiful, Huddy.
The following day, we would need to push onward and make it all the way to the Sudbury area, ready for whatever challenges the trail would throw at us next. Waking up in the loft of the A-frame was amazing. You're immediately greeted with a beautiful view. We made time for bacon and eggs, and I enjoyed my coffee while looking out over the French River, relieved that it was clear that Wesley's infection was already improving. As usual, we packed up, and before too long, we said goodbye to the A-frame and we're back on the trail. The day was snowy and beautiful, but it quickly became clear that progress would be slower than expected.
We're here.
What lake are we on?
Trout Lake. "24 kilometers. What?
We've only gone 24 kilometers today? How is that possible? I guess maybe we're stopping too much. I don't know.
I was like, we're making such great time. We're going so fast. How is that even possible? We've only made it 24 kilometers?
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
We haven't been stopping that much.
It's got to be wrong.
It's not. It's doing the math for us.
I'm upset about it.
We gotta stop stopping.
We gotta stop stopping.
We just have to go.
We gotta go.
Traveling in low gear with the heavy loads and making fairly frequent stops to make sure the kids were happy meant we were moving slower than we'd hoped.
Gotta give Wesley his antibiotics.
And
well, that's a bit of a pit stop. We would have liked to have made it further today, but we had to get Wesley's medicine and get some food in us, so.
Pushing on a long distance, we began nearing Sudbury and started seeing more homes and roads. Our cabin for the night was on Long Lake near Kivy Park, part of Greater Sudbury, but with a cottage country-like feel.
A snowy day in Sudbury.
Being in a town that night had its perks. We ordered pizza, watched a movie, and enjoyed a relaxing evening together. Despite another relatively long day of travel, everything had gone pretty smoothly this day. Unfortunately, that wouldn't always be the case in the days to come.
So yeah, this is not an easy adventure with the kids or even without the kids, but we're doing it. And yesterday I feel like we really came together and sort of like rallied as a family and worked as a team and pushed through. Yeah, family!
It's really adorable in there.
Feeling regenerated and refreshed and ready to just get out there and give her. So it's gonna be another good day.
Give her.
Headed towards the Espanola area, we had another long day ahead. Tori packed up inside and got the kids ready while I handled the machines outside, turning everything around, rehitching the toboggans, and loading gear. Getting back to the trail turned out to be a bit of a gong show. The road was bare asphalt and the machines pulling heavy toboggans couldn't really turn onto it properly. Cars had to stop on the road and my dog jumped out, but we got back to the trail, which was a lot of effort even though it was just a short distance away. Soon, we crossed a populated stretch of Long Lake and were back in remote country. The trail became more challenging with some steep sections. At one point, I rounded a corner and found a very steep hill ahead. I managed to get up it. But when I went back to help Tori, she was stuck near the top.
It's a really steep hill, and when I hit the gas, my skis just fly right up. I can't go any further.
As she tried to reposition and reverse, the weight of the toboggan started pulling her sled backwards and pulled her all the way down the hill until the toboggan jackknifed off the trail and her machine nearly tipped.
It's still under burns. I can't switch it.
Are you hurt? Are you hurt?
No. and not hurt.
It's okay.
Stop.
Okay, we're gonna need to detach the toboggan.
Okay.
This might have broken. Oh, didn't break. Sweet.
This hill scares the shit out of me.
Yeah, you gotta boom and just fucking get it with speed, you know?
I'm mostly scared because Wesley's on the back though.
Yeah, I know. Next time I'll stop and do it for you.
We righted the machine, detached the toboggan, and hauled it back onto the trail by hand. Then we got the sled unstuck. A couple riders that had passed us during the debacle actually waited at the top of the hill with Hudson and North just in case, which was very nice.
Just my kid and my dog.
Hey?
My kid and my dog are at the top of the hill.
Okay.
So if you rip up the...
Are you good?
Alright, ready? Well, I'm gonna give her. Huddy and North are at the top there.
Tori carried Wesley up the hill while I hooked the toboggan back up and took another run at it.
Well, all is well that ends well, but that got a little sketchy, and to be honest with you, I probably should have foreseen that happening, but Tori thought, well, she'd let the machine roll back a bit, so it was a little bit of a scary moment, but everybody's okay.
That was terrifying. I hope there's not another hill. I'm gonna knock on this tree.
Later that day, we pulled out onto the massive expanse of Lake Panache and stopped for lunch. I'd always wanted to see this lake, which is along the north side of Killarney Provincial Park, and it did not disappoint.
Pizza! It's a pizza party out here in the lake.
A local with the camp on the lake passed us and stopped to chat for a bit while we ate. That night, we reached our cabin, which sat right on the water at a lodge. We had views across the lake toward a line of cliffs. Being the off-season, we had the whole place to ourselves, and there was even a hot tub. By that point on the adventure, we felt like we needed a break. So we decided we'd stay there for 2 nights before continuing on.
Okay, we are having oatmeal this morning to speed things up. It's a beautiful day. We're sitting around minus 25 here.
Not long after getting up, we checked the weather forecast, and what we saw was concerning. A stretch of warm weather was coming, with heavy rain to boot.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
Oh my
Wednesday.
God, we have a week of
9
above
days.
9 days of temperatures above freezing.
Our whole journey relied on good ice conditions, and thawing temperatures can naturally weaken ice, especially near shorelines and around moving water. So Tori and I went over the maps and came up with a new plan.
Maybe we just go straight to our cabin today.
And ditch camping?
Yeah, like maybe we just do a really big push day today.
There's bad weather coming and the weather's warming up too much and our lake might not be safe, so we might have to ride all the way to our cabin tonight. Is that okay?
Instead of camping, we'd push hard and try to ride all the way from the Espanola area to our cabin northeast of Elliott Lake in one day.
It's just like today is really cold, so
Yeah.
like I feel like of any day to go through the Narrows.
Right.
Fortunately, the day itself was beautiful, and the temperature rose to about -5. Through the morning, we made good time. We stopped for lunch at a spot with a great view and were really enjoying the ride. But later in the afternoon, things got a little more complicated.
We went the wrong way? Well, we just realized that we took a wrong turn coming across a lake. It was really confusing because like the trail went through, I don't know, some sort of trailer park that's closed for the season, like where there's road access in the summer, and I just went the wrong way. Sorry, hon. Well, we took a wrong turn. We saw a sign saying straight to Elliott Lake, but there's multiple ways to get to Elliott Lake. We want to go a totally different way. So right when we thought we were doing great, we have to turn around. Plus, going over like a wooden bridge, the right front carbide on my right ski bent like this, and I don't know if I can bend it back, so I can't turn or go nearly as fast. I'm gonna try to fix it, and we're gonna try to turn around.
Jacking up the sled, I saw the front of one of my carbides had broken clean off and was bent badly. I did my best to straighten it out using my multi-tool, which helped. Then we detached the toboggans and turned everything around to backtrack to where we missed the turn. By then, it was getting pretty late, and we knew any more mistakes would mean we wouldn't reach the cabin before dark.
I checked the carbide on my ski and tried to turn it. I'm not going to be able to ride as fast. Nothing much I can do about that. I straightened it out so it's a bit better, but it's probably going to break off all the way soon.
We rode on and passed through Elliott Lake with the sun getting lower in the sky, but we didn't have time to slow down and we kept pushing.
This is the turn! This way! But here we go, baby. Final push.
I picked up the narrow portage trail leading to our lake and followed it through the woods. When we reached the next lake, the sun was setting, but the ice looked good, not too much slush.
Yeah! Yes, honey. We made it!
Pushed across the lake, through a final portage trail, and soon we were riding along the cliffs and through the narrows of our home lake. We pulled up to the cabin just before dark. It had been a long day, and Huddy was getting pretty tired by the end, but everyone rallied and we pulled it off.
Yeah! We made it to our cabin, guys! Good job, family! We made it!
it. We rode 150K today from south of Espanola all the way through Elliott Lake, all the way through here. We're gonna go get the propane going, get the lights on, get a fire going, get shoveled out, but we are here.
All right. Now we have to do a ton more work
We
to
do.
get inside the cabin.
We do.
After shoveling the porch, turning on the propane, and getting a fire going, the cabin quickly warmed.
Wesley, the fire's starting, buddy.
The kids were happy, and before long, we were all settled in. It felt really good to be home.
Well, I think of all the cabins that we've been to on this journey, that this one is my favorite.
The night before, Tori had ridden through some slush and gotten stuck in a snowbank in front of the cabin. Overnight, it all froze solid, and I needed to winch her snowmobile out using my machine. After that, I swapped out the belt on my Skidoo Scandic. Just a bit of routine maintenance after many hundreds of kilometers of heavy use.
Well, that was a lot of work, but I'm ready to go on a mission. I got to bomb all the way to the boat launch, get some stuff from the truck, and find firewood along the way. Nobody wants to come with me today. Huddy said he wants to have an indoor day, if you can believe that. So I'm going by myself, but maybe it'll go faster.
In the days before the trip, I'd driven my truck and trailer to the closest road access point to our cabin and took the bus home. This way, we could return home via the road system once our adventure was over. I followed a route across a different lake and along some portage trails. I did this partially to make sure this route was passable, as it avoids a stretch of narrows that can develop open water when the weather warms up. And with the warm weather on the horizon, I thought it may be a necessity.
Well, that was good. I successfully made it through the bypass route. Pretty tight trail. Still be doable with a heavy load, but tricky.
At the truck, I picked up our generator and my big chainsaw that I'd left in it. On the way back, I stopped at a friend's property to cut some wood and found some nice standing dead ash trees.
So yeah, decent enough spot, a lot of poplar, some birch. And so the other stuff I'm working with here is some kind of hardwood. I don't know, maybe a black ash or something like that. Ash hardwood has smooth bumps in it, and in the winter when the leaves are off the tree, it can be hard to tell whether it's dead or alive. So the way to tell is the bark is split and falling off of it, and that's kind of what you have to go with. Or it's totally off the tree, but oftentimes when it's totally off the tree, it means that it's punky, and you don't want to take anything big either that's very old, because that's good animal habitat. Anyways, I got a full load here. Hopefully I can get out of here with all this weight.
We were nearly out of firewood at the cabin, as I hadn't been able to find any dry wood to buy locally this winter. Before long, I was back at the cabin with a good load of wood. I stacked some near the porch, and Hudson helped haul a few loads inside before the two of us headed out after lunch to do a little fishing.
Well, I got all that wood buzzed up and a bunch brought inside. Huddy was a big help, which was awesome. Me and Huddy are going to go out in the lake and do some ice fishing, and then Tori's going to come meet us up in a little bit with Wesley. We're going to explore a stretch of huge cliffs where the lake gets extremely deep. It's over 400 feet deep here. You ready, Huddy? Huddy's ready.
I wanted to try a new spot, so we traveled a fair ways down the lakeshore. Along the way, I noticed a set of large wolf tracks heading in the same direction we were going.
Wolf prints, Huddy. Huge wolf prints. Look at that.
Follow them.
Well, I was just riding along looking for a place to fish, and we saw these wolf prints from a big wolf. They go straight, that's like a wolf.
Before long, more tracks joined them.
Right where all the wolf prints are. Look at all of them. These are all wolf prints.
No, I wanted.
North is aware of the wolves. I can just tell by how he's acting.
North picked up the scent right away, and when we stopped, he jumped off the sled for a long, serious sniff. Huddy and I set up to fish. But the action was pretty slow.
Look at it's a beautiful day and we're fishing. It's fun.
Without minnows, it was a little harder to keep Hudson interested.
Oh, look, that warm sun's coming out. Isn't that nice? Hey, you want to move to a new spot?
No, I want to go home.
But this sure was a beautiful spot. I looked off in the distance to see a large ridge line with a beautiful frozen waterfall. Pine forest stretched on to the horizon in every direction, and I knew I had this whole massive portion of the lake all to myself.
Okay. Today we're having a nice short sun going fish. Nice to see what Mommy and Daddy's Mommy and Wassie's can come. And sing, we're gonna get this together with us.
Well, the day got very beautiful. Sun came out, wind just died right down, just beautiful cliffs in the distance. But no bites, and we're not marking any fish either. So we're gonna move and check out another spot. Hopefully Tori makes it out here to meet up with us.
We rode a ways to a new spot, and before long, Hudson curled up for a nap on the sled. Later that evening, I tried one more fishing spot before dark, but still came up empty.
Seems like this year, every time I fish, there's been some drastic temperature fluctuation. Like it was above freezing and then boom, drops to minus 25. Then it's minus 25 for 2 days, then boom, it's 5 degrees Celsius today. Like, no wonder nothing's biting.
I was jigging a large spoon in one hole, while another line was baited with a minnow and sat about 15 feet away. The line was on a spool resting on the dash of my snowmobile, and the line was tethered to the handlebars with an elastic.
So I got my line in at the right depth, elastic to the steering wheel of my Skidoo, and the spool on the dash.
After fishing for a while, the spool suddenly dropped off the dash. When I grabbed the line and gave it a tug, I could feel a solid fish on the other end.
Here we go. We got one. Feels like a pretty good one. On the set line too. Come on, baby. Come on. Yeah! Woo! A beauty! Look at that. All right. That is a hell of a fish. Look at those beauty yellow fins too. That is a sign of a healthy ecosystem because it shows the fish is eating aquatic crustaceans. All right. What a nice fish. This one's a keeper. Yeah, so
The spool. I caught it with the elastic setup and the spool on the dashboard of the Skidoo, and all of a sudden the spool just fell off and I tugged on the line and boom, sure enough, there was the Laker on. Love it.
Huddy and I had an adventure planned, hoping to fish 3 different lakes for 3 different species of fish that day. Much of the route followed a narrow portage trail through the bush, and even though the Scandic still had a broken scratcher, I took it because it's good on gas and easy to feather the throttle on tight trails. The ride was slow going. The trail went down and back up a steep cut creek valley and then up a steep hill, and the snow was soft from the warmer weather. A few times I had to get off and pull the machine back onto the trail by hand because it wouldn't turn so well. We tried for brook trout there and had a bite, but couldn't hook up.
Oh, we got a fish coming in, Huddy. Look. Shh, look. Oh, it just left. It's right here, see?
A squiggly line is?
Yeah, that's me jigging.
The sonar was marking fish, but after more than an hour, we decided to move on.
So, Huddy, what do you think the best plan is, buddy?
I think we could fish for pike and then catch, not go where you catch likey.
Where I caught the biggest lakey yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay,
First we're going to catch for pike and then we're going to catch the biggest likey.
Okay, so that means we're going to leave this lake then?
Yeah. We're going to catch some pike and we're going to go where Daddy caught a lakey. So, let's get this together with.
Next, we tried another lake for pike. Setting up near a little waterfall, Hudson napped for a bit. And not long after he woke up, I finally had a solid bite.
Hello, Bob, Bob, Bob.
Oh, here we go. Oh, I lost it. Oh no.
I set the hook and stood up to fight it, but the fish shook free after only a few seconds.
Make sure the minnows are on the nose.
Eventually, we headed back towards our own lake to try for lake trout again.
How good was that lakey this morning, eh?
We fished the same spot where I'd caught the trout the night before, and right at the end I started getting bites and marking fish. But once more, we couldn't hook up. We come close to catching 3 different species that day and ended up with nothing. But somehow it was still easily one of my favorite days of fishing. Hudson was completely engaged the whole time, learning new things and soaking it all in. When we got back to the cabin, we couldn't wait to tell Tori about all the day's adventures. Day 11. This was the day the rain was supposed to arrive. In the morning, I put the sled covers over the machines, buzzed up some firewood with a chainsaw, and even set a couple fishing lines close to camp, thinking we might pick up a pike. Tori came out and helped split some wood, and as a light drizzle started falling, we decided to check the weather again. Well, things have changed. There was weather on the horizon and we were going to wait it out and decided to extend our trip here.
So basically tomorrow it's going to be plus 11. It's not going below freezing again until Tuesday.
Plus 40 millimeters of
Plus
rain.
40
Plus
millimeters
11.
of rain.
Oh my God, let's get out of here.
Yeah, like that feels risky to me. It's the shoreline that
And
we're
it's
worried
not
about.
getting cold at night. It was supposed to stay cold at night.
Yeah.
With that kind of warmth, we knew ice conditions in some areas could change quickly. We knew the Narrows would likely be unsafe, shorelines near creeks would be sketchy, so we made the call to pivot again and get out what we still could.
Okay, today we're going home. And my mom and dad are worrying about the weather.
We packed up as the drizzle fell.
Kimball!
By the time the dishes were done, propane shut off, shutters closed, and everything loaded, we'd packed the whole place up in about 2 hours. Pretty good timing for us. We would have loved a few more days at the cabin, but we were grateful for the time we did have there. As winter was winding down in my neck of the woods, I traveled north, a long way north, all the way to Labrador. Waiting for me there was my friend Jamie. We'd hunted moose together that fall in Newfoundland, and we were excited to hang out again and take on a big skidoo trip. Jamie's home is Lansa-Clare, Labrador, and that's where our journey began. The morning after I rolled in, we were loading toboggans. Jamie's friend Cody was along for the ride too.
Well, we are all loaded up here. Everything's strapped down. And we got a good push to make it today, about 150 clicks to a little trapper's cabin. So yeah, we're about to roll out of here. Beautiful day. Really excited about this one.
Then we pushed off into it. The country we rode through was unlike anywhere I'd been. Stark, beautiful, windswept. Taiga forest and open tundra stretching to the horizon in every direction. Mountains rolled out like waves, a long way from the woodlands of northern Ontario I'm used to. Heading down a long hill and into a valley, we passed a pair of crosses that were spread out from each other a ways. They belonged to two brothers who'd perished out there in the winter of 1962. One had fallen ill while out caribou hunting, the other went for help and was eaten by his own starving dogs. A grim reminder of what this land is capable of. We stopped at Jamie's trapper cabin for lunch. The travel was good and the day was beautiful.
Well, a little pit stop for lunch here at Jamie's cabin. Really beautiful country we're riding through here. The wind picked up pretty good, but yeah, nice spot. Oh yeah. Oh wow, this is huge, dude. Let's get a little tour here. A little tour of Jamie's cabin here. Feels pretty authentic, I think is the word. It's clean even. Wow. What? Yeah, you're... Well, that was a great little lunch spot here. Beautiful cabin Jamie's got. Give me a little bit of a tour on how to sandwich, and just told me a few of the stories about the country around here. And you know, it wasn't very long ago, just back in the 70s when Jamie was born, you know, people were traveling by dog team, caribou hunting out of the land, and there's just giant trout all over here, clean water, and you know, we're not even terribly far from Lansa-Clare, so it's just amazing to have this in your back door. Anyways, we're gonna keep going. We got a ways to travel yet today to get to another cabin, but good little pit stop for lunch.
After lunch, we pushed on, the country shifting all around us, out of the open into the wooded country, jumping back and forth across the wilderness border between Quebec and Labrador. We soon picked up a remote power line in Labrador and started riding it. The plan was to follow it for a stretch, then cut off into the bush to work our way upriver and through the bush into the lake we were aiming for.
Well, we're following a power line here for a bit. Something that you learn in the survival books if you're lost in the woods, not to necessarily follow a power line, because in Labrador, northern Quebec, these things go through the middle of absolutely nowhere, total wilderness areas. They're coming from far-flung dens hundreds of kilometers away, and people make the mistake, oh, I'm at a power line, I'm saved, I'm back to civilization. But it is not the case. Maybe here, you might see a skidoo if you're lucky in the winter in some areas, but yeah, we're don't let the power lines fool you. We're in a remote area here for sure.
There were a lot of unknowns, and we knew we'd likely have to cut some trail, but that was a problem for later in the trip. For tonight, we made camp at another trapper's cabin, a friend of Jamie's who let us stay for the night. Stay tuned for the full version of this adventure, which I'll share in the fall. A year ago, when I started planning all these adventures out, I knew it was going to be a busy one. But it was probably more intense than I'd realize. From the rim of the Grand Canyon to the headwaters of the Natla, from a Quincy with my 4-year-old to a lean-to at 40 below, from the Yukon to Newfoundland and Labrador, 13 trips, 12 months, and some of the most varied country I'd ever covered in a single year. What I keep coming back to, looking at all of it now, is how different each trip felt, and how much they all share. The fear of staring down a Class 4 rapid while all alone. The quiet of waking up in the bush before anyone else. The weight of a long day ending in a cozy cabin with people who love you. Different experiences, same thread. That pull I can't shake. The reason any of this happens. What I've learned doing this for over 20 years is that it doesn't get easier. It gets clearer. Clearer about what matters. Clearer about how short the time is. Clearer about who you want next to you when the going gets hard and when it gets good. But I'm not quite done with this year yet. 3 of us, deep in one of the wildest stretches of country left on this continent, with a long way still to go. I'll have the full story, the whole 700-kilometer expedition in a film coming this fall. For now, 365 days in the wild. Thanks for coming along.